It's funny how we forget.
Aye, lads and lassies, thank you for joining us again for our first Saturday of the new year, and Happy New Year, one and all. Kelly Inch, Archer, thank you for
Happy New
joining us.
Year and happy
New
Hogmanay.
Year. Yes, happy Hogmanay.
Yeah.
I always think of Terry Pratchett now when I think of Hogmanay.
Now you just think Hogfather. I can't see anything. I've actually, one of my email addresses is Hogfather at. So I've had that for about 7 years.
Wonderful.
So yeah, I'm a Hogfather fan. I definitely like Terry. I wasn't keen on his long earth stuff. I
haven't read that yet, but
I've read them all, and I read them just because they were Terry Pratchett, but they just didn't get me at all. It was the same as his Nation one. It was a good story, but it wasn't one of my favourites. Although Dodger was fantastic. You read Dodger?
No, I haven't read Dodger.
Well, Dodger is effectively Terry Pratchett's look at the Artful Dodger, Victorian London type thing. So Dodger is a tosser, who basically works down the gutter, the sewers and stuff like that. So he's a tosher. So yeah, I do like Terry and most of his stuff, yes, but I wasn't a big fan of the Long Earther Nation.
Yeah, I haven't heard as much enthusiasm for that, I have to say. But we worship Terry in this house. Yes, definitely. There's pretty much a whole top half of a bookcase dedicated to Terry.
Yeah, I've got a full shelf over there. I've even got something which isn't quite Terry, but somebody gave me it, and I thought I'm keeping that to see if I can find it. I remember where I put it. Where did I put it? There it is over there. Dig it out and show you. What does this remind you
of? The involuntary, what's it called? The involuntary tourist, the walking chest.
Yes, that is the luggage. It's not quite.
Oh, the luggage, yes.
It's not quite the luggage, but when somebody offered me it, I thought, "Yep, I'm having that."
I think I saw that on your shelf in one of the other videos, and I was wondering if that was the luggage.
It's a small jewellery box, but it is effectively. That's why I got it, because somebody offered me it, and I thought, "Yep, that's effectively that's basically the luggage." So that. So that's. I do like Terry stuff, and anything that reminds me of Terry stuff, I'll get my hands on.
Absolutely. We are collecting the T-shirts from the official merchandise store. So we've got Death Could Murder a Curry, and I've got the Death of Rats T-shirt. Yeah. Darren's got the band with rocks in. And it's got all the tour dates on the back.
The videos, and I've got them in MP4. Where did I get them? Because it was basically one of my friends had sent me them, because he'd obviously heard us talking about it, and I was looking for Weird Sisters because I've got that in video, which I managed to transfer. And an iPhone camera is great. You just click it, just turn it all up, play it on my big screen, and just press record, and then I just take it into my PC and I just edit it and clip it out. But I didn't have soul music. I thought I had it in video, but I didn't. Yeah. So one of my friends had it, and he sent me the MP4s. So I've got them.
Lovely.
So I need to rewatch them. So yeah, Terry's a boy.
He certainly is. Bless him.
Yep. So what have you got Ian up to this week?
Oh, goodness. What haven't we been up to this week? We've had just back to work, back to reality for a few days. And it's just gone. It's just gone quick. I've been in the mood for horror movies, which is pretty much all the time anyway. But I've been binging a few of those lately. And we've been watching, tonight we watched the first half of City of Death from the Tom from the latest collector's
Yep.
set with Tom, and quite a few of the extras.
Superb. What about you, Jim? You been catching up with?
Well, basically came back to work and then just told, sorry, another lockdown, stay at home.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll basically spend my Christmas and New Year's recovering my computer because unfortunately the hard drives died.
Oh,
it was
ouch.
not friendly on my savings, so to speak. I had to go a little bit above and beyond. I do have picks for today, as we usually do, but they're kind of outside of the norm. But I think there might be some people recognizing what I have.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I like your T-shirt tonight, Jim, as well.
Well, just so everybody can read.
All right, hold on.
I can definitely get behind that. That's a
Yeah.
good T-shirt.
Well, I must admit, I'm the exact same. I've done some really weird shit sober.
Really dumb shit. You don't even need alcohol for that.
To be honest, I feel, and I know this is so bad to promote and say, but I feel the cleverest at about 1 pint and 3/4. When you still have a little bit left of your second pint, that's when you come up with creative ideas, good thinking. The thing is, you're just too stupid. Instead of sitting down and writing down all the things that comes to your mind, you go up and order a third pint. So,
well, the thing is, I've always found that there's that point between being complete and utterly, absolutely pissed and sleeping. It's the point where all the good ideas appear. You have to get them perfectly right. 1 second too early, it never works. 1 second too late, it's gone.
yep.
So it's
And
just
it's literally that golden window, and it's so tiny. It's literally, it's like, nope. Anything inside or outside, it's like, nope.
Exactly.
Huge difference.
Well, I had a really fun day yesterday. Headed off to work. Hi ho, here we go. It's a wee bit snowing outside, but I'm on a main artery, so not a problem.
Mhm.
Turned up the road to go to the motorway. Down one hill, halfway up the other hill, and no more you going anywhere. Okay, I'll turn back, turn round, down the hill, halfway up the other hill. Nope, you ain't going anywhere. So I was stuck in the valley. About 10 of
Ouch.
us. About 10 of us. There was no way. And there was a guy came along with a 4x4, and everybody checked the boots and stuff like that. I had a rope in mine. God knows who put the rope in my cat. But basically, we doubled it and trebled it up. He towed me up to the top of the hill. And then he says, right, you want your rope back? I says, no, because keep it for everybody else. It's only a rope. And he basically went down and towed everybody else up. But I drove home because there's no way I was getting into work. So, fun.
That sounded interesting. Yeah, I can
It was an
remember
hour.
days
I was
like that.
standing in the snow. It could have been worse. I would have been there for another 3-4 hours waiting for the snow to actually melt enough for us to get up and down the road. But
Yes.
thankfully, the people with the 4x4s came up and helped us. So
Wonderful.
fun. An hour standing in the snow.
I did see that Scotland was getting quite a hefty bit of snow.
Yeah. The thing is, I've driven in more snow than that, and I've had zero issues. I think it was just one of those ones, the cold snap and the snow. It just made everything packed
Sheet of
ice.
ice. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you
It
can't
is
win on
basically
ice.
black ice.
Yeah.
When you get just the mush, so that the snow is just starting to melt, but it's cold enough from underneath, you get that like sheer sheet.
Yep.
Like
And I think that's all it was.
You can
Luckily
learn
enough,
to
the
drive.
4x4s can do it.
You can learn to drive in snow easily, but ice, it doesn't matter what kind of a driver you are. You've
Yep.
got no chance on ice.
I learned to drive in the snow. I sat my lessons and my test in 3 inches of snow.
There you go.
And basically, so I know how to drive in the snow. Snow's
Yeah.
not a problem for me, but see the ice, yeah. basically, as soon as I was going up that hill, as soon as the car in front of me, I could see his lights on. No matter how far back from him I was, I know, do not stop because we are stuck. The momentum's the only thing keeping us going. And then he came to a stop, and that was it. There's no way going round him, nothing. So as soon as that happened, we
Oh,
all got stuck in the thing.
Yes.
Archer, sorry, Colin, Lada, the Russian car that basically
God,
just looked like a square box, like
yes.
boxes just stacked together.
Well, I was
that
used to
make
slag
look
my
like
brother
cars.
because my brother, you know that old expression, don't walk under a ladder. Well, we used to tell it to him after he got knocked down by a ladder. Don't walk under a ladder. And he knows, ask him. But that was just an old joke. But so, yeah, my days yesterday started. So I was in work all week except Friday because of the snow. I'm still working from home, but oh God, not being.
Well, we've been sent home until the 27th.
Well, we God knows when. I'm back in on Monday, snow permitting. It's actually all cleared up again, so snow permitting, I'll be back in on Monday. So, but and Archer was saying avoid the watch TV series too bloody right. I wouldn't touch it with a
Oh,
barge pole.
absolutely.
I wouldn't touch it with what's left of the Wheel of Time.
I don't even like to think about it.
No.
It's no.
Well, see how
Brianna
bad I think
Pratchett
the Wheel
was
of
not
Time
happy with
is.
it. No,
Yeah.
no.
Oh no. I saw the trailer. As soon as I saw the trailer, I went, nope. I
Nope.
want
You've
to
been
watch
brave
the
enough to
watch.
actually watch the trailer. I just heard about what it
No,
is.
I saw the trailer and
I'm
it
even
was
going to
really bad.
avoid as neurotic, just some guy. Heck, even if you guys are reviewing it, I'm just going to go, nope, not interested.
Yeah,
I
it
might load the video, click like, and then just
is
like
based on
close.
what I saw from the trailer. Wheel of Time is Shakespeare.
You haven't even seen episode 8 yet.
I've not even seen episode 5 yet. I'm watching that tomorrow prior to doing the stream. I have zero interest in even thinking about the Wheel of Time. But after what I saw on the watch trailer, I would watch Wheel of Time anytime. It was that bad. Everything has been changed. They've done the same as what they've done to Wheel of Time. They've taken the idea, completely changed everything, and says this is the same, and it's not. The characters are all different. Vimes is a. They've not made him an ex drunk who he's just a waster. He's a waste of space. So in effect, they've made Vimes the worst character because they've made him a waste of space. All the other good characters, they've changed them in multiple ways. The way the watch works has all changed. It's all steampunk instead of Ankh-Morpork. So it's literally as if somebody says, right, let's
As
make
a
this,
massive
but
fan of steampunk, I'm
yeah,
still of the opinion that steampunk has its place and its setting. You can't just take steampunk and just chuck it anywhere.
yeah,
It has its. It can seep out in different directions. Yes, it can, and it can be done really gorgeously. But no, steampunk is steampunk.
yeah. It's completely different. It's a completely different genre. That's like saying, right, we're going to make Lord of the Rings in World War Two. Eh? It makes as little sense because
Hmm.
making the watch a steampunk tech program, it completely changes it. There you go, Kelly Inch, the Ribos operation, classic. You done it? Oh,
I love that one so
yeah,
much for many
yeah.
reasons.
Well, the thing is that that Ribos operation is just such a classic, iconic one. I must
It's
admit.
either Ramona or Fred. Okay, call me Fred. Come on, Ramona.
But it's just classic, I must admit, and I'll need to actually start again. I've already started with, I've actually finished Hartnell, and I've only started. I'm halfway through Troughton, so the problem is, I got halfway through Troughton and thought, I want to watch War Games, so I skipped the War Games, and then I thought, I'll stop there because I need to go back and rewatch it, but I'll wait until I have to go back and start at Hartnell again and rewatch. So I get so far, then I jump, and then I skip backwards and forwards. So after I watched War Games, I watched a couple of Pertwee, a couple of Bakers, and basically they were all over the place. Anytime something happened, I thought, oh, I'll watch the next one that person's in, or I'll watch the next one that's in, I'll watch the next one that's in, and it was skipping all over the place.
Well, you know, I'm on a rediscovery journey of Doctor Who this year.
Yeah.
Starting from the very beginning to go back, it's like, why did I really do like even though I never considered myself a big Doctor Who fan, I always liked it when I just sat down and watched it. But it's never been one of those that I have to watch everything on minute zero all the time. It's like, oh, it's Doctor Who. I'm stopping here. I'm not continuing channel surfing. I'll stop here and just watch this episode. But because of that, it's very fragmented for me what I remember from Doctor Who. I can't tell you exactly who the Doctors is and everything. I remember Eccleston, Rose,
See, that's all the
Pertwee, because it's been such a mixed bag. It's literally been like one day I watched Eccleston, and then it's been Pertwee 2 days later, and different actors, and it's been a struggle to remember who is who and who's doing what and who's what kind of Doctor. But something I can say, having watched just one episode of this latest iteration, so to speak, you could probably show me an image of all the Doctors before, and I can tell you the unique traits about them. But this recent iteration is just so bland. I can't, even though it's a lady, I could probably not pick them out in a police pickup line and saying, "Oh, who did this?"
Yeah. The thing is, I must admit, I've not watched any of them. I stopped halfway through Capaldi, so I didn't even watch the end of Capaldi stuff. I just thought, nope, not for me, so I stopped. But
The
I
woke
was
was
laughing
sort
at
of
what you were saying
sneaking in
about
there.
the Collins' ladder. It was the only car that started first time. I used to have a wee Punto, an old Punto, not the new one, the old Punto, 8 still in it. That's how old it was, and I loved it because it was so light. And I would drive up the road in the snow, and I would turn up the hill, and you would see all these guys in their 4x4s and stuff like that struggling to get up the hill. My wee Punto would just go past them. Hello, and you could see their faces because I've got this wee light car. It's front wheel drive, which is dragging me up the hill, and it's because it's a light car. It didn't take a lot to actually get up a hill with it, and all these big 4x4s struggling to get up these hills. I
Yeah.
wish yesterday I was saying to one of the guys I was standing with, I wish I had my Punto. I would have got to work. And it's
Nice low center of gravity with a bit of
exactly.
weight behind it. Happy days.
I know it's just basically just to drag itself up the road. And I don't know how many times I actually went round bits. People actually are saying, "No, don't go down that way. You'll never get back up." And I just turn around my Punto and whoop away.
Yeah.
It's just
You
cars
can't
like
fault a
that.
little car like that.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you need a car that gets like that. Never. Right, definitely the Scots.
It's wonderful because obviously the two actors that played Romana, Mary and Lala, are so different.
Yes.
But yet they both brought their own unique charm to that role, and both of them are wonderful.
But that was the
I wouldn't pick one over the other, really.
Well, to me, that's like turn around. You can have your favourite Romana, like you can have your favourite Doctor. But it doesn't actually take it away from any of the other Doctors or any of the other Romana.
Yes.
Can I say any other Romanas? But you know what I mean. That's why if they should have done is instead of doing a female Doctor, they should have reintroduced Romana. Sorted.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
Time Lord.
to be honest, I'm kind of glad they didn't at the present time.
Well,
That probably would have
anything
been
they're actually
destroyed.
trying to introduce at the present time just did not.
Probably not a good idea.
Yeah. Well, there's I saw on Twitter, what was it they were talking about on Twitter about MASH. Wonder when they're going to actually try and remake MASH. They'll not never remake MASH because they can't do the career mode because people fighting actually basics.
Yeah.
No, bad. It would have to they would do it MASH, but it would be on a God knows what type of war. And they've done a remake of a MASH type program.
Yeah.
It was
You would.
called Combat.
It wouldn't work.
It's a
Full stop.
generational show. It's very much a generational
It
show.
definitely is, but there was one. I'm trying to remember what it was called. Combat something, um, or Army Hospital or something like that. There was something that was very MASH like, but it was updated, so it was in the Iraq War. And I'm just trying to remember it. I've got a list of it somewhere. Where is
Don't
it?
think I've seen it, but no,
I could remember.
Mash is definitely that
MASH is
type of
just one of
era.
a kind.
Yeah, it's one of a kind. Still cheeky. It's got humor, but holy
Yeah.
crap! Some of the stuff they touched on was really dumb.
Yes. Well, you look at it. It was a comedy program that could touch on serious subjects
And he
without
wasn't
actually
afraid to
going
do
too
it
much.
either. That's what kind of made it stand out.
Yeah, I'm actually just constantly looking for this thing to see if I can come across it because it'll be in one of my lists. But because I can't remember the actual name of it, I need to actually come across it. That's the worst part. Uh, Not Gary Tank Commander or Generation Kill. Both of them were really good. Um, oh,
Hail Keely, roll tide.
somebody must know what it was. It was about an hospital in Iraq. It was a bit of a comedy type. To me, it was an updated version of it. Somebody will know, but I just can't remember off the top of my head.
Don't think it came across my radar.
MASH was such a wonderful program.
Yeah,
It was so powerful, such an important show.
yeah,
And yet it brought so much joy and comedy and humor as well as dealing with a very dark subject. You know, it was really a masterpiece. I know
Alan
you had the film,
Alda
but
and what was the other guy, the blonde guy's name? They
in the
managed
film.
to,
Oh,
no, in the show, that
oh, in the show, of course.
they
yeah,
managed to bring it to life. He actually felt that, hey, it wasn't like, oh, you're watching in. It felt like you were there with them. Oh, this isn't so good, but they're having cheeky banter back and forward. They still have problems to solve. They need to get stuff done. Is kind of like serious
yeah.
and comedy at the same time,
Uh,
and they baked it together so well.
yeah. I'm just reading that comment from Colin, and that's what I've been saying. I said that about the Wheel of Time. If they said it was inspired by the books or inspired by that, they could have done it in a completely different time frame, not used any of the character names, and that Wheel of Time could have stood on its own without people comparing it to the books. And the
That's
problem is because
essentially
the books are so
since
good.
episode 3. That's essentially how I tried to look at Wheel of Time from episode 3, because we got 1, 2, and 3 dumped on one day
Yeah,
because they wanted it done by Christmas. We had the last one just before Christmas, and even looking at it as a standalone, I cannot tell you why half of the cast is there. You didn't need them. You could cast an extra that was just like, oh, let's kill him off. No importance. Oh, it just happens to be a king of the Guardian fortress against the Trollocs and the Badlands, the Wastelands. Oh, no. He's in for 5 minutes. He's died. Why?
um, Rebecca Gold, yes, it's going to be another woman. There's no way on earth it's going to be a male. I've been saying that from day one. It has to start succeeding with a female doctor before they change it back to a male, because if it went back to a male and it started succeeding again, it says the female doctor failed. If it started going up the way again, then a male can come in, and if it continues going up, it's just saying, oh, he's just building on the success of the previous female doctor. So as it's going down the way, no way it'll go to a male. If it starts going up with the female, then they can change it to a male and say he's just carrying on the success that the female doctor started. So the next doctor's going to be female. There's no way on earth it's going to be changed to a male. RTD is just playing by the same tune as everybody else.
Yeah. I don't know. I've kind of lost my edge in my mind. I just feel so disconnected from it that
Yes,
I
same
can't. I just can't go there. I'm like, you know what? It's the show's dead until it's not, to me, and not in a negative way. I just feel totally disconnected
Yes.
from current. Obviously, not from classic and some of the newer Who as well, but certainly disconnected at anything to do with the current. It just doesn't feel like our show.
Yes.
So to me, it doesn't.
But there is hope. I will say there is hope. Toward the end of 2021, we did start get some films and some TV shows, and I can't believe how well Cobra Kai season 4 really came out. It has its problems, but wow, it felt like Cobra Kai season 1. Complete respect and homage and honoring original material. I believe it is still possible for all these TV shows that we had that we loved for decades. They can come back. They just need someone with wanting
the right
to help.
touch. Yeah, and the right respect, but the right touch. And I completely agree, Jim. I think there always is hope with the right people in charge, but the trend has been such that it's, certainly lately we've seen that trend. I'm kind of waiting for that trend to just burn itself out and then see what happens after.
The problem is I don't think the 10's ever going to.
I would say the shall we say the people are actually interested in making money in Hollywood. They will have stood up and realized, hang on, Boss Level, Free Guy, Spider-Man, Cobra Kai. These ones are making money. They are raking in millions of viewers. I mean, The Witcher season 2 that should have had massive amount of viewers. I think what was it that actually blew it out of the water on Netflix? Cobra Kai. Yeah, it was Cobra Kai. Cobra Kai got something like 140% higher viewership in the season 4 than The Witcher got season 2. The Witcher season 2 should have been like a safe bet. It should have been. And then we go, okay, this is actually what people want to watch. And I'm not discounting anyone. It has to be representative and blah, 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 and all this female empowerment and everything. So if you look at Witcher season 2, it's actually fairly strong on the lady front. Siri and all the others. It's got strength. It really does. It's by no means bad. It's just they're trying to placate to the so very, very few people that they think they want to please. Whereas when you want something to be good and successful and accessible, because I've heard this over the last week of the whole gatekeeping thing.
Yeah.
No one's ever gatekeeping you from picking up a book of Lord of the Rings from Tolkien and start reading it. There's no one that can physically stop you from doing that.
Oh, but no, there's the problem. They've actually got it in such a way that they are, because somebody said So
Yeah.
that means they're not allowed to touch it because somebody said. So if they're seen touching it, then that means they must be that bad thing that somebody said. So we're not allowed to touch it because that means we're bad. And that's the whole attitude of people. If I say this is that bad, you're a bad person if you like this so many times, there's going to be people turning around saying, well, I can't read it because I don't want to be that bad person. So
Well,
in effect, they're
I was
basically
actually going to
in there.
bring it really back to when I was a wee lad, way back when not even the British Museum of Antique History existed. When I was picking up books and everything, yeah, there was some kind of gatekeeping going on because, oh, why aren't you in the sports squad? Why aren't you doing this? Why are you such a nerd? Why do you like computers? Why do you go to the library every single day and grab a new book to read something? That was proper gatekeeping. Gatekeeping, as they're referring to today, it's like, oh, you're not allowed to touch this subject. It's like, no.
The
He
problem,
geeks like me wants people like you, everyone, read it, watch it, buy it, consume it, enjoy it. Then let's have a chat. Let's grab a couple of pints, have a chat. What did you like? What did you not like?
Yep. That's what we've also, keen to be able to get back to in the wider discussion, rather than have to sort of, seek that out now just among ourselves, which is also enjoyable, but that wider public discussion is what we seem to have lost now.
yes, we certainly have. And the thing, the problem is as well is because people are telling you if you like this, this means you are that. To me, I just laugh that off. It's the same as in work. Somebody complained that I didn't wear masks in work, and I said it's because I don't wear masks at all. So, but this person, I says, you mean the person who is got a picture at Christmas standing away from their desks with 20 other members of staff all standing in a big crowd without their mask on, getting a picture. The same person who complained that I didn't wear a mask when I was away from my desk. I say, so what you're saying is you're going to have the same words to me as you're having to all those other people? Oh no, why would you do that? I says, because you're effectively saying the person who is in the picture away from his desk with a mask not on and standing with a load of people very close to him, yet you're taking his word as he complained because. I says, the biggest difference is I'm not a pussy like him. My mother actually taught me how to be a man. Maybe if his mammy did. Obviously, I didn't get a good. I didn't get told very well for saying that about other members of staff. But sorry, I'm no sorry. Anyway, I couldn't help that
Sorry,
bitch
not
about that.
sorry.
But I did effectively say sorry. I'm no sorry, but my mother taught me to be a man. Maybe if his mammy did taught him to be a man rather than a pussy, she may have said that to HR. But anywho, I just saw that one. Death in Paradise. We were talking about that last night because Danny's back. Um,
Yes.
Do we watch it? Do we watch it? Of bloody course we do. Danny's back. Don't care about anybody else. Danny John Jules is back, so I need to watch it. So I don't miss the one he's back in.
Well, that's the way I do approach things. I do hear what people are saying. Don't care if it's coming from you guys, if it's coming from Friday Night Tides, Critical Drinker, something I'm interested in. I'll go have a look. Okay, fair enough. I might have wasted 20 quid because it was absolute rubbish, and they said it was. At least I want to know for myself. But am I watching stuff like the things ass from heels versus babyface is complaining about? No, I'm not going anywhere near that because if he's having an explosive rant, I know there is nothing in the TV show I will enjoy whatsoever.
See, I still don't understand how Az can actually watch Batwoman or Batwoman, because you look how bad I've been just with a couple of episodes of Wheel of Time, how bad I find that. And I've seen some of his rants. To me, if I was watching that junk, my brains would be melting out my ear.
But it is funny to listen to him have a rant, though.
Oh yes,
He's great on us.
it's extremely entertaining, and the
He's a
fact is,
very entertaining ranter, so to speak.
yes,
It's like
but it's the
I
fact
love
that
to hear him just like
I would rather him
explode.
rant about it than me, because I know how I'm feeling about the Wheel of Time, to the point where when I'm watching it, I can feel my brain cells die.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
I've struggled, and I know I've promised. So sorry to the chat here. I know I promised to try and make like a review of it, but I have no clue where to start, because there's just the only way I can go back to it is, oh, it was inspired by. We borrowed a couple of names. That's it. The entire TV show has nothing to do with the book series of Wheel
oh,
of
it's
Time.
nothing at all to do. They take
Yeah.
one, I have said numerous times, somebody's given them cliff notes, and the person that's given them the cliff notes has talked to somebody about the books who has
Yeah,
already read
who's
cliff
had a
notes.
third cousin that actually read the book.
Yes, and the third cousin actually didn't read the books; they read the cliff notes. So it's basically been handed down that many times. It's irrelevant. What is on the screen and what is on the books are two completely different. That's why I said what they should have done is said inspired by, and then just had different characters and had it in a similar world. Because a different age, things have changed it up so that maybe the one power is being absorbed, and it is the one power in male and female touching. Then they could have changed it around so you aren't expecting these characters to do this and this character to do that, because it's all new then, and nobody can turn
Exactly.
around and
There are
say,
so
but
many
that's not
rules
like the
they could
books.
have played back and forth with. So what we know from the book is that the male source of the the one power, is corrupted by Shaitan. But it could have been, oh, this is the next age. But there was a battle that happened, and suddenly it's the women that can't touch the one source without going mad. They could have done it that way. They could have flipped the script completely or mirrored it and made it really interesting. But instead, they're trying to take stuff from the book. And by the way, I've been told time and time again, they're using book 1 to 3. It's like, no, they're only using like literally the 9 first chapters of book 1. I haven't seen anything that is outside of that. Anything.
I know what you mean. So I do.
And it's such a shame, because they had such amazing material to build off. Even the most extreme wokeist or the most extreme conservative, they could have baked a lot of that in for both of them. But no, they decided to take 2 full episodes out because they needed to write their own material. Why? You're completely dropping each and every single character, both men and women, that has anything to do with the story. I can literally not tell you why Nynaeve needs to go to Tar Valon. I can't tell you why Rand is there. Yeah, he has no reason to be there.
Yeah,
He
and
could
I
just
can't
escape
see
home.
why. And we all know Nynaeve is going to be the dragon, and if the dragon is female, then why would she destroy the world? Because she just needs to be trained by the females in Tarvalon. Because the only reason men couldn't be is because when they touched their side of the one folk, they went crazy, and it can't. And women and males can't teach each other. However,
You see, Arch gave me a good link to Arch Arch's YouTube channel, and he describes it really well in there. There's a reason that the Aes Sedai exist, and they literally just buried it under an avalanche. It's like, nope, don't need to see it. There's no reason. Oh, that bad guy that exists, that we actually exist to be able to try and help the world defend against? Yeah, I can't remember. Who's that? Don't know that person. He does it so well with such dry humor. It's just spot on. The TV show feels like just such a shambles. There's been people trying to tell a story,
No, of
but
course.
they've just been given a couple of names, and they have no idea how to
See,
build the story.
that's the problem, remember, because it's nothing to do with telling a story. It is to do with sending a message, completely different. And Rebecca go, I didn't know the number to call Ghostbusters was the same number to call Jim Roxford, but then again, we all know it's 555 something.
Oh, I loved the Rockford Files. That was one of my
Yeah.
favorite shows, and I wanted that answer phone message so badly.
Good thing is now when you're recording it, you can record it on your phone.
Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, so much has changed. But I still remember watching that show and that wonderful sort of intro with the answer phone message. I don't think another show has ever done that, has it?
I don't think so. I can't
Anything
think.
similar? Yeah, that was a really unique intro.
Although, I did you ever see Support Your Local Sheriff?
I've heard of it. I wonder if I've seen it. I don't know.
Let's just say it's Jim Roxford at his best.
Oh, James Garner.
James Garner is
Yeah.
hilariously funny. Some of the characters in it, like for instance, a guy comes up and puts a gun pulls a gun on him. He's the sheriff, puts a gun right on him, and he just goes. And the guy's going, "What you do that for? If I pulled that trigger, it would have blown in, it would have backfired in my face." It's just stupid stuff like that. But he's got some really good old classic character actors, and it is just a fun, humorous western. James Garner, just fantastic. I've watched that. Oh, must have been 3 months ago. I think I sat and watched it. It popped up in one of my windows on YouTube. A couple of clips for it, and I thought, nope, I've got a copy of that somewhere. So I dug it out and I sat and watched it. It is fun. So it is. I would definitely go along if you get a chance. Support your local sheriff.
I'm definitely aware of it, and the more you've spoken about it, the more I kind of recall. I don't know if I've seen it or not, though, because if I did, it would have been absolutely ages ago. But I know of it. Definitely know of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Midsummer Murders.
Another one. Jonathan Creek.
Oh, yes.
Jonathan Creek, superb.
We've just gone through all those. All last year we got through, rewatched all those. We're currently rewatching Midsummer.
I've not watched Midsummer. I've seen a lot of them when they were on, but it's the same idea as Murder She Wrote and a lot of the old classic ones.
It's much better, yeah.
Oh no, I'm aware of that, but it's like watching Vera and stuff like that.
Oh, I love Vera.
But that's what I'm saying. I like those types of things. I'm a big NCIS, CSI, especially the other stuff. I don't like the CSI New York and all that. Just the Vegas one and the NCIS because of those type of things. I like the crime scene part and how they're doing it, and it's the same idea as like Murder She Wrote or Father Brown or Jonathan.
Remember Cadfile? Remember the Brother Cadfile mysteries? Wonderful Derek Jacobi.
That's it, Derek Jacket. Because I was going to call him Derek Jason. And I was like, that's not right. Schoolboy. But yes, it's because I always got the two names mixed up just because their names are so similar.
Yeah.
But he was fantastic in it, and I can still remember wee bits, and I've not seen that since when it was on. Like, for instance, the minister, the priest who died, and they couldn't work out why. And he basically worked out it was because somebody had actually put a bit of poison in all the pages. So he did that and turned the pages
Mm.
and basically
Yeah, I
poisoned
used
himself. I remember things like that because they were so iconic with it. But I do like those
yeah,
types of programs as well.
yeah.
But we were talking about Death in Paradise, me and my wife, and she said, because I told her she didn't know that Danny John Jules was back because we stopped watching it when he had left. And I said to her, and she goes, didn't tell me that. When is it on? I says, well, it starts in January. I think it started. I think it was the 6th of January was the first episode. But anyway, so she's going to actually hunt for it on stream and mark it for record, and then we're just going to sit and watch them all because Danny's back. Both of us big Danny John Jules fans. She's
The
not
cat
a Red
is
Dwarf
back.
fan. She just remembers him from things like when he was dancing on it. It wasn't Dancing on Ice. One of these dancing programs. I don't know.
Which I can see Danny doing because he's obviously properly talented
Yes,
and
yes.
trained, you know.
He is a
So
trained dancer. One of his first appearances was as a dancer on the Little Shop of Horrors.
oh, you know what? I was thinking about that the other day. I don't know where I saw it, but I saw his name associated with it, and I thought, ooh,
I
I didn't
remember
realize he was in that.
I posted the picture. Oh, it must have been a good 6-8 months ago when Danny's was mentioned again and stuff like that. But yeah, he even did the one with Judge Dredd. He had the two Judge Dredds, Judge Dredd, the comic book character, and Judge Dredd, who was an American. I don't know if he was an American talk show or something like that, or no, he was a DJ or something like that. Judge Dredd, and then you had Judge Dredd. So there's Danny John Jules when he's dreaming about this girl and he's doing the um the song Christ Almighty, Deeply Dippy, the tongue tied. That's what it
Tongue
was. He
tied.
was dreaming, and in this bit, he's dreaming about tongue tied because he's fallen in love with this other dancer, and he's just the cleaner and stuff like that. And it's just his dream state, and then he wakes up and there's Judge Dredd standing there. So I watched that. Somebody got sent as a link, and it was fantastic. But then again, it's Danny John Jules. Of course, it's fantastic. And after all, I got my birthday message for Danny.
Yes. Yes, you did.
I did. I'm a happy chappy for that one. I'll still watch it even though it's not my birthday.
This is a fascinating rumor about Jodie jumping over to Death in Paradise. I'll be very curious to see
Well, the
whether
thing
that
is,
happens or not. Because it isn't, we were saying in the chat earlier, Kelly made a very good point because I said the difference with Death in Paradise is that it is a different character every single
yes,
time the lead changes. It's not the same character with a different
exactly.
face.
That's why I
It's a
stopped
different
watching it with
character.
Ralph Little. I didn't
But
like the character. Yeah, I love Ralph Little.
but
I'm a
Kelly
big.
made a very good point in as much as there is a certain dynamic between the lead and the commissioner who's
Yes,
quite sort of curmudgeonly and quite a
John
bit
Warrington.
tongue in cheek, but a bit
Yes,
he kind of picks on them a bit. But would that work with a female dynamic? They'd have to completely change that whole
of
dynamic.
course, that will change because you look how they've changed the dynamic already. Because you've now, I stopped watching it when Ralph Little because
I
Ben
didn't
Miller
see Ralph.
Ben Miller was superb. He was the ultimate fish out of water. Then you had
Hmm.
ginger hair, my all in the family, my family.
Yes,
Oh, what's his name? Can't
I'm
remember.
so old.
It will come to us. But his character was a wee bit not so much fish out of water. He was just a wee bit clumsy, like he'd lean against the window and choing, fall out
Yeah,
it.
he had the sort of Scooby Doo thing going on, I
Yes,
think.
exactly. So his sort of work And then by the time it got to Ralph Litter, he's a hypochondriac, and you're sitting there thinking, it's not an even entertaining character to watch. So all the bits and
Okay.
pieces, because you obviously had Father Dougal.
Yes, you had
Was it?
Ardal O'Hanlon, yeah.
And he was good because he didn't play the fish out of water or the
Yeah,
the
I thought he
the,
was all
the
right.
clumsy ones. He was actually quite good because he was just people underestimated him because he's Irish accent, and he let them. And it was almost like a Columbo type thing because
Yes.
people underestimated him. So he was
Well, I
quite
was
happy
actually
with
going to
that
say
until they got
closer
him.
to Detective Clouseau.
Uh-huh. Well,
Yeah.
see,
Yeah.
Without too much of the slapstick, of course.
yeah, see, oh, what was his name? Please, somebody tell me who played it.
Uh, Chris Marshall
Chris
has
Marshall.
Kelly and Archer have both
Yeah,
informed
see,
us.
I knew the guys out there would know it.
Oh
So
yeah.
Chris Marshall was very Clouseau like. He was a wee bit not over the top, but he was a wee bit clumsy. He would fall out a window or he would lean against something and he would slide and silly things would happen. But it wasn't over the top. But you could just imagine some people are clumsy because when I was a kid, I was clumsy. Which I did. I walked across a carpet in my bare feet and my big toe caught a hoop in my jeans, and I went, ooh, because literally I was clumsy. So I appreciated that because I knew when I was growing up, I was that clumsy. So yes, him leaning against something and sliding out the window or tripping
Was
over something,
believable, yeah.
it was
It was
believable because
relatable.
exactly because that's how I was when I was growing up, and it was just my mum used to call me fitless because I could trip walking across a flat surface. It's like the Rowan Atkinson waiter sketch, and he does the bit. Yes, it is very deceptively flat and unimpeding about the drunks that have fallen over on the thingy, and he's just sort of come along, come along. Yes, it is very deceptively flat and unimpeding. Yeah, that's like me. I could walk across a place where it was flat, and I could still trip because I would find the wee crease in the carpet or something silly like that. And that's so Chris Marshall's one worked for me. Adrian Hanlon, I always get his name. I can never actually pronounce it. So that's why I call her Father Dougal. His was really good for the same reason. It was almost like Columbo type. People underestimated him.
Yes, yeah.
And I liked that. But see, when Ralph Little came in, I watched a couple of episodes and I thought, nope, not interested in that. And the dynamics between, was it Ruby, the commissioner's niece? And then the commissioner would it changed the dynamics then because suddenly he would say to the detectives, the males and female detectives, and the police officers like Fidel and stuff like that, and Dwayne, and he would basically be straightforward with them and tell them what to do. But with his niece, it was almost a case of, oh, I don't want to hurt her feelings, and it just his dynamic, it just suddenly changed, and I did not like it. And so I stopped watching it. Now Danny's back, I'll give it another chance. However, Ralph Litter's accordingly coming back. So, and yeah, if she comes back and she does Death in Paradise, it will be a completely different dynamic. However, if they have the dynamic that she's all knowing, all powerful, does everything, and nobody can help her, then it will destroy it because the object of it is the officers that are there know the place, know the people better than the thingy, and they're just getting the information, and it has to be from all these other sources. They're just a detective; they can take all that information and work with it. But you imagine if she comes in and does what they did to the doctor was, I'm all knowing, I'm a female, so I know how to do this. I'll take the fingerprints, I'll take the DNA, I'll make sure the computer's this, I will organise this, I'll speak to. Then you're sitting there thinking, what's the hell's the point in all the other members of the team? And that's what I don't want to see. But Death in Paradise can work the same way because you had things like Vera, you had Dempsey and Makepeace, a male and a female. You had Cagney and Lacey, great dynamics. However, so you can have a female being in charge and it wouldn't make any difference. But it's current days politics, so the commissioner can't tell her what to do.
Well, this is what I'm so lacking in new productions. There's no depth of character. I liked Cagney and Lacey. Even the first Wonder Woman film, if we're going to try and bring it as close to modernity as possible, is okay. Yep, she's powerful. She knows what she needs to do, but even she gets fooled. She's doing the best she can, and they actually do, even though the audience can see it coming literally 10 miles away. Oh, it wasn't that guy, it was that guy. That's the bad guy. They can play these dynamics, and it's like they don't have to be the smartest, they don't have to be the bestest, they don't have to be the strongest. For me, that's what made Miss Marvel, whatever it was called. Not Miss Marvel. I think that's actually a TV
Miss
show from
Marple's
years ago.
a fantastic. I loved Margaret Rutherford's Miss Marple.
Yeah. I was just going. It's like, hang on, that's a TV show from a long time ago, and I remember liking it.
Joan Sims did the fantastic Miss
Marvel,
Marple as well.
yeah. But it is today they build the female leads so flat.
They do, because they can't give them growth, because growth is when you get to your heights. So if you start there, there's nowhere to go. And Rebecca Goldie, I heard about this yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it today? I saw the Twitter stuff. Wasn't aware he passed away until I'd seen that. But yeah, he is an absolute legend. There you go. That's the same type. The golden age of movies. Sidney Poitier and a lot of the actors around that age will never be replaced. I saw somebody says, "Will we ever see his lights again?" Unfortunately, not, because there's no way on earth we're going to get that caliber of actor ever. Sidney Poitier, you look at all the actors from the golden age: John Wayne, James Stewart, Sammy Davis Jr., Bing Crosby. Yeah, I mean the Rat Pack, what you call them, Jerry Lewis and Dean Martin and stuff. And no way on earth we're going to get people of that caliber. No matter what people say about things like Henry Cavill or whatever, nah, you're not going to have ones that are so well-rounded. You've got ones who
You
not
see,
only
I
are
think
great actors, but they're not only great actors. Sidney Poitier was a great director as well. He directed a few of the movies he was in, or a few other movies as well. You've got other ones who were actors, singers, dancers, and stuff like that. You're not going to get that now, because if somebody starts singing, they're going, really, he's a better actor and he's a singer. He's a better singer and he's an actor. And then suddenly that means they think I'm rubbish at that. Sorry, you've got ones who are great at one thing. Some people are good at a lot of things. Just at the moment, no, nobody is in that category at the moment. If anybody could tell me of an actor of that caliber, current day, I would be surprised.
Oh, who is the guy from Boss Level?
I
He
know what you're
did
talking about. He's good, but
extremely
I still
comedic, deadpan action hero father.
yes.
Actually, that was so refreshing to see a
I
father
love
figure
Boss
on
Level.
screen.
Somebody had said about the best movie in the last 5 years, and they were talking about Spider-Man. And I'm sitting there thinking, have you not seen Boss Level? I saw Spider-Man. It was okay. To me, it wasn't fantastic. Boss Level was fun, was entertaining, and it was just great. And it was just one of those movies I could watch multiple times. To me, that's the best movie in the last 5 years, hands down, above everything else. Spider-Man, the lot, Boss Level outdoes it.
2021, if I have to pick one film, it is Boss Level by far, without a doubt, because not only do you have a trope film, the good old Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Day. Time repeats itself and everything, but instead of having a bumbling fool, and I would say in bumbling fool category, because this is so well done, I would put Bruce Willis as John McClane. John McClane is more or less like guessing his way through it. Whereas in Boss Level, the main guy is actually he's figuring stuff out. And yes, he's hitting a brick wall. But instead of just giving up, look at that. You're charming the audience way too much with that now. They're like, no, in Boss Level, he's actually figuring out something to use. He knows he's not going to get out of it. So he's figuring out a really creative way of doing it. And I know there may be people in the chat that haven't seen Boss Level yet. I highly recommend that you
I would definitely recommend it. Get Boss Level. They like their fleeces. They're
Very nice.
Oh, that one.
Oh, look at that.
It's the top. It basically says, okay. It says Pooch 46 Top Dog. Oh, sorry, Top Pooch, and his just says Pooch 46.
I even
He's
got
his little hoodie as well.
He's got his wee hoodie.
How adorable is that?
Right, come on, right, bud. Hoodie's up.
They're probably thinking, damn,
Hoodie's up for the boy. There you go.
we just want to be down playing.
Yes. Right. Oh. Right, you can get in as well.
They're so cute.
And me going.
Well, I guess they're more than just a little bit of a handful.
Just a touch. Just a touch. Yeah, they do. And basically picked up the fleeces the other day and I thought they're super duper. That's why mine's just a bog standard one, because it couldn't match theirs. So I need to get one that says Big Pooch to match.
Oh, it made you cough, PJ. Sorry.
Hold on.
That's my fault.
So we got him muted there. Whilst we get him back, have you seen anything good or anything interesting recently?
I've been watching a few things recently. I actually watched today. It was more of a documentary about the life of M.R. James, which was actually really, really interesting. It was free on Prime. It's on IMDb. And then film-wise, I watched one. I'm trying to remember the name of it now. I posted it up. So I've got to love my memory. What did I do 5 minutes ago? I have got no idea.
That's all right. We'll blame the coup.
I watched, what was it called? Here it is. Secrets in the Walls, which was actually a TV movie back in 2010, but it stars 7 of 9, Jerry Ryan. And it's not bad. It's a good sort of relaxing, sort of spooky, scary one, but it's not too heavy. It's not too gory. It's just a good clutch up on the settee, hot chocolate, and just enjoy it. It's not too, it's not too heavy, but it has some really good scares in it. So if you do like ghost scary films,
that's the thing.
It's
That's
not bad.
what you want, a good scary movie, or even a gory movie that is not too ones where you go, ugh. That's the type of movies I don't like. I like humorous ones like that, because if they go overboard with the gore, but it's done sort of tongue in cheek and it looks silly. I love those types. Evil Dead stuff. Where it's
I was just gonna go silly. Brain Dead. Brain Dead is definitely one of those that goes over the top on the gore, so it just comes back to comedy again.
Or Cooties. Have you seen Cooties? It basically is a zombie thing. It starts in a school, and it's all about the kids. It's actually passing it on. That's why it's called Cooties. It's an
Cooties.
American
Ooh,
Cooties.
that name is far too close to something that made me cancel my Netflix.
Yes,
Unfortunately, I still got
that's a
to make
different
fun
thing.
of.
But Cooties, that is an American, basically, all girls have got cooties type thing.
Where I
Yes,
grew up, we called
yes.
it girl germs. So
Uh-huh.
roughly about the age when you hit about 9 to 11, it's like you're starting to go. It's like, hey, that girl is cute, and then you have all the peer pressure behind you. It's like, oh no, she got girl germs, and the girls on the other side is going, oh no, he got boy germs. You don't want to get boy germs.
See, we used the thing that they actually brought up years later for something else. Girls gave you bird flu.
Okay.
I'm sorry
That's
to
a new one on me.
disappoint. My ex failed to give me bird flu in
Mhm.
2012 or whenever it was around.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They used that later on, but when we were kids, it was the girls gave us bird flu and the guys gave us uh, lurgy.
Oh, that's where the lurgy came from, is it?
Well, the lurgy is basically a, "Ugh," but yeah, so because we were all disgusting boys, we passed on the lurgy, whereas the girls just passed on the bird flu.
Let's just face it. We as a species, humans, we are just weird, really strange creatures.
We are.
So what have you seen recently, Jim?
I've actually, well, PJ's fault. So he got me to get the season 1 of Shark. But I was
Oh.
kind of like, I had seen it too soon. So I checked what else was on. And then I just stumbled across My Name is Earl again.
Mm.
And I so love that.
I need to dig that out because I love My Name is Earl.
Yeah.
And the
Those
fourth
that haven't
character,
seen it, and without trying to give spoilers away, it's about a low life, no good, like bum, and the hair and makeup department is literally doing their best to make him look like he's trailer trash, regardless of the situation he's getting put into. His hair is just standing out, his beard is wonky. He's charming though. He's a charismatic guy, but he won through scratch lotteries $100,000. But he's immediately getting run over by a car, and this is where he starts to reflect back on what he did in his life. And he realized he's a thief, he's a liar, he's a cheat. There is all of that stuff. So he makes a list, and it starts out with something like 215 things that he thinks he needs to make reparations for because karma is out to get him. And it does lead to some really amazing humorous scenarios, but it also do lead to some really heartwarming stuff as well. It's a really good balance in between it, and I think the cast is really so great because his ex-wife is Jamie Presley, and she's definitely living up to the stereotype of
yes,
get rich quick, trailer park living woman.
Trailer
Um,
trash.
trailer
no,
trash.
no, no,
Yes,
no, not. I wouldn't say trash. She
no,
does have a little bit of quality to her, so she's definitely not like, oh, couldn't care less, don't care about this. She does have, and this is what I like about the show. It's all the small characters that are regulars. They actually build them up. They give them backstories to it. It's really well crafted for
yeah.
being just
Mm.
like a Friends 20 minutes TV show once a week. They really do well with the cast they have, and they just
My Name is Earl
so fun.
is superb. I would definitely recommend anybody who gets a hold of that to get it. If you can watch it, watch it. I want to do a review of My Name is Earl. Just once you mentioned it, it just sort of came flooding back, and I thought, oh God, yes, that would be fun. definitely.
Rebecca Gold just said in the chat she doesn't really like UK TV shows. No, this is an American one.
No, it's an American one. And Happy New Year, Mr. Brown. Thank you for joining us. And I just noticed this one. It's 20 years later. Sorry, 20 years after Hattie McDaniel. She was the one that played the Mammy in the Song of the
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind. And considering what they're trying to do with that for the first black actress to win an Oscar, and they're turning around and trying to cancel it. So that's how disgusting this is. She was absolutely fantastic in that. It's not my favourite
she
movie
was.
because, but there's enough of different genre parts in it I like. Like I like the Civil War type, and I like certain aspects of it. But it's not my favourite movie. But it is not a movie that if somebody says you need to watch it, I'll watch that quite happily. It is a fantastic movie. But if it was a choice,
It's
that's on
under
the
the
other
rule
ones.
we had on this channel. PJ, you need to watch this. You don't go, no, I'm not. Whereas I go, hey, this is something I think you should watch. Or I loved it.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to have a watch?
See, that's the
How
difference.
it should be.
But that's exactly how it should be. It's not a case of right, use lot. We've said it. Watch it. No, we would say that we like this and we liked it for this reason. We would recommend it. However, if you come back and say, "Well, I watched it, didn't like it," I'm not going to turn around and say you're wrong. Just say that's the way it goes. Sometimes we like stuff because we Cobra Kai. I watched only one episode. One. Season 4, episode 1, and all I thought was, oh, not for me. And that's fine. But it doesn't mean that because I don't like it, nobody should talk about it.
I'm gonna cancel you because you said you didn't like it. You have to be cancelled now. Everybody go and unsubscribe completely immediately. You cannot
just remember, I've got this mouse button here, and it goes doink, doink.
But this is what I like about as geek culture should be. You should probably put yourself back up in the top corner because that's where you're supposed to be.
I see. I'm just moving this around. Don't worry.
What I like about geek culture, as I grew up with it, is I loved Star Trek and Star Wars. I never understood people that went, "Oh, it can only be Star Wars."
Oh, that was silly.
Only be Star Trek. And it's like
Fanboys the movie. Fanboys
so
the
silly.
movie. That is a fun movie, and it's about Star Wars against Star Trek, and it is entertaining. Unfortunately, you've got some cringe actors in it.
It tends to happen, but
it is a good movie.
When it comes to being proper geek, I don't care if you're a geek about Warhammer or World of Warcraft or computer gaming, or you only watch TV shows, or you only read fantasy books, or you only read science fiction books. You're a geek in my mind. I want to hear about you loving NFL sports and the drafts and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
If you happen to be in a field I know about, I might actually be able to give you some responses saying, "Oh yeah, Picard is definitely better than Kirk." My opinion. I know people will shoot me for it, but where's your soundboard? It is those things that defines you as a geek in my mind.
Because we've all got our favourite something. We've all got our favourite something that no matter what people will be able to tell you about, he did this compared to this, or he did this first, and he did this, and he didn't. Makes no difference. You've got your favourite select character here, male, female, whatever, robot, whatever. Nobody's going to change your mind. For the simple fact is that is yours. But it doesn't mean just because somebody else doesn't like it, you're wrong or they're wrong. It's
Yep.
we all have our own things that we have got a enjoyment of, but we've all our same things is we love that no matter what will happen, ain't going to change. Which, unfortunately, don't watch new stuff because look what it did to my Wheel of Time shelf. It emptied it because I always thought that would never happen. It did.
Oh, they're not finished yet. They're not finished yet. And I know what season you're episode you're on. They're not
Yeah.
finished yet.
Episode 5 tomorrow morning. I'm watching before we stream at night. And
You,
the
you
thing
may
is,
need
I'm not even.
Alka-Seltzer and
The thing is, I watched the last one. I was meant to be watching episode 5 the day after. My throat started going. So that's when I woke up and effectively was in my bed for the next. Like the thing is, I didn't actually thought, oh, well, I'll just watch it because I'm really looking forward to it. No, what would I rather do? Watch Wheel of Time or be bedridden with the flu, a major dose of the flu? I actually think
to
I'm
be
quite
honest,
happy.
I
I'm happy
think
with
you
the
got
flu.
the flu from the
Yeah.
Wheel of Time.
If somebody says, if you watch that, it'll cure your flu. No, thank you. I'll have the flu. Thank you very much. And that was the problem. It's literally, it's not something that I've actually went for me. Yay! No, it's just something I'm putting up with.
Yeah.
Accordingly, I had this for
I've
about
seen
2,
a
3
comment
weeks.
from Colin here before I
Yep.
have to quickly dash away for
I've not watched
two seconds.
Dexter, the new stuff. I watched the first 3 or
that's
4
Dexter. But what Colin was saying, Will Wheaton is an oddity to me because I met him in person under non-conference pressure. I wasn't there as a fan. We were just standing and chatting because we were waiting. So he was more himself rather than the persona of him. Quite
Yep.
reasonable. Doesn't come across as strong, but whatever I see on social media or public profile, that's just such a stark
Seems very
contrast.
polarizing. Yeah.
It is. It's more a persona they stepped into.
Yeah,
But
the problem
still,
is
I
the
will say
persona
he's
can
still
put
my
people off.
favorite Star Trek character.
But there is characters like that across the board, and it's not just Star Trek. Will Wheaton, I disliked his Wesley character. I thought in The Big Bang Theory he was okay playing himself.
Mm.
I dislike immensely anything when he's actually talking politics or types of that. However, Ready Player one of my favourite books, he's the narrator, and he does a fantastic job of it.
I
Because he
definitely
comes
agree with
across
that.
as if, yeah, I know he's no of the same age group as me because in the 80s, I was in my teens. So it basically had more resonance with me than I think people who are slightly younger or people who are older would probably understand it, but maybe not as much. I was just at that between 15 and 25. So, but when during the 80s, so I hit the right spot. So that was when I was into all this stuff, and it sort of hit. So, but the thing is, when he was reading it, I had the impression it was enjoying reading it, and that was what came across. So, as a narrator for that book, he was fantastic. But I understand that there's certain aspects of him I dislike. He two other characters, right? The Big Bang Theory, Sheldon, the character, I despised. All I kept
Oh,
thinking the whole season through was, if that was someone who was one of my friends, I would avoid the plague, and I certainly wouldn't be sharing a house with him. And I would be constantly telling him to shut up and mind his own business and where to stick it.
well,
However,
do you remember the first roommate when he was interviewing his
yes,
roommates?
you're
Remember the
crazy.
first guy was just like, "Good luck, man."
Uh-huh. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But as a character, whereas Jim Parsons, I think
He's
I
lovely.
really like him because I've seen him in other stuff. I've seen him being interviewed and stuff like that, and he's a really nice guy, and he just comes across as I, I don't know half of this stuff, but I'm an actor, so I'm meant to know it's part of the script. Somebody else has written it,
Yeah.
so he's admitting I'm no a geek. I don't understand half the stuff that I'm saying. But as an actor, it's just part of my job. I just read the script. I don't need to know these things. If I was playing a doctor, I wouldn't need to actually physically know how to do an operation and actually play a doctor, which is true. However, I love the Howard Wolowitz character.
Yeah,
I
Howard
just
is my
love, I
favorite. I
just
will
love
say
Howard.
this in Parsons' defense. He does have a very good deadpan delivery.
Yes,
You couldn't tell that he doesn't know what he's doing because he's just
exactly.
so like flat-faced. Oh, I don't know what this is. I'm going away.
Yeah. But the thing is, that's what I'm saying. But the Howard Wolowitz character, I love. I liked him. I think from the very first time I saw him because I used to collect belt buckles. I've got a few, and I've even got the one. It's in the first episode. It's the control. It's almost like the controller for an old NES game. So I've got that belt
Mhm.
buckle somewhere. It is actually. Where's my belt buckle? There's some there. I've got there. It's there. Hold on. So I think that's his first belt buckle. He was.
Oh my gosh.
So I had that as well. So things like that, actually, I thought, oh, you've got the same belt buckles as I have. So I like the character, but it built up because yes, being a male, I could understand certain
You see, I
perverted
relate.
tendencies because yeah, I used to grow up and I had a guy who used to be at uni with or college with, and he always thought he was God's gift. The only
You
thing he was
see,
God's gift
I
to
relate
was
to
himself.
Wolowitz also in that kind of sense.
Yeah.
Even to this date, I am such a massive failure talking to ladies that I don't know. Because I'm trying to be careful, I'm trying to be nice, I'm trying to put the best foot
So
forward.
you're like Raj.
I'm not like Kutrapali because I can actually talk to women without alcohol. But it is still that, oh, why did I say that? And I'm just going, it was like, that was just
Yeah.
6 months ago. It's like, why was I such a face plant? But I can relate to that. And I do realize that I'm probably far more charming now than I was back in the day. But wow, it's very relatable for, especially if you're a younger boy. It's like, you like this lady, you want to talk to her. You don't want to embarrass yourself. You don't really want anything. You just want to try to say hi, and all you come up with is.
See, I'm unfortunately I'm the quite the opposite. I've just got that confidence. I'll talk to anybody. But the thing is,
You had 3 big sisters kicking your butt every day.
exactly.
Well, this is true. This is true.
But the thing is, it was a case of It wasn't a case of hi. It wasn't a Joey Tarabiani. Let's put it this way. How you doing?
Oh,
It was more of a case of
nice.
basically it was a case of hello. Yes, I'm okay talking to people, but I'll talk a load of crap. And basically, then you could see people go.
No. In my place, it's been more like instead of saying hi, I've been going
I could talk to a male and a female
exterminate.
just the same. I never saw any difference. That was the thing. I never saw any difference. I didn't act differently if I was talking to a female, if I was to a male. Whatever the subject was, that's what we would talk about. So, comic books, I wouldn't think, you don't know comic books because you're a female. No, if you know comic books, great, I'll talk to you. I don't care anything else. All that part roundabout, irrelevant. Talking comics, or you're talking TV shows, you're talking sci-fi. I didn't care. So if somebody was talking about a book, for instance, talk about the book, didn't care who it was, male, female, whatever. Didn't care. And that's the thing. It's so yes, probably because I've got 3 big sisters. That actually just a case of just I knew exactly, so I knew my way. I knew my way around it. I wasn't scared of talking to females, but I also didn't see females had to be treated in a particular way. It was just a case of talk to them the same as everybody else because they're the same as everybody else. Some of them might have bits you like, some of them might not, but that's irrelevant.
What I
Anyway.
loved as well, PJ, just very quickly going back to Big Bang Theory, was that in addition to the male characters being very representative of different parts of different people and different
Yeah.
ways that we could identify with. The two female lead, well, the three, but the two main female was Penny and Amy. Obviously Bernadette as well, but for me, Penny and Amy were great opposites, but at the same time, I related to both of them on different levels, and I loved both of those characters. And I thought they were both, really brilliant. I thought it was an ensemble cast for me. I don't really have a favorite.
Well,
I think I like them all together.
I think it worked better. See, the reason I like the Big Bang Theory, right, before I do it, Kellyanne's Don Warrington is hilarious. And with him leaving, I can't imagine it continuing. Anybody else leaving, yes, but with him, because he's in such a position and his personality, I think the show would just go, ooh, if he goes. Sorry, that's why it was sitting there. But see, with the Big Bang Theory, I always said I could understand and communicate with them all, all except the science and the brainy stuff, because they were talking about books, TV shows, comics, a load of stuff that I could relate to. However, I didn't actually. I saw the two female main cast. It was Amy. It was Mrs. Wolowitz. Because you always heard,
Bernadette.
no, Mrs. Wolowitz.
Oh, Mrs. Wolowitz. Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And obviously Bernadette, once the lady played,
she
Mrs.
ended up
Wolowitz
voicing it, didn't she? Yeah.
She did such an amazing
passed
job
away,
as well.
so they had Bernadette because she managed to take the mickey out of her a couple of times. So when she passed away, that's why actually she didn't. The one that played Bernadette didn't do that, because when the lady who did Mrs. Wolowitz passed away,
Yeah,
that is where Howard got the phone call that she had passed away. So
I
they didn't
know.
continue with somebody else in that part, even though you only saw her once walking past in the background in the kitchen. You never
That's
actually
it. You
saw her
didn't.
face.
You didn't really need to see her.
She was basically
Didn't need to
like
see
the
it
mom
because she had
in
such
Tom
a
and
big
Jerry.
part in it.
Yeah.
So when I'm thinking the two female leads from the beginning, I'm thinking Penny and Mrs. Wolowitz.
Very,
Then
very good
you
point.
introduced Amy, which was another really good character. Which the good thing is, she didn't change too much.
No.
She grew, but she still had.
Well, she did change a bit, but she was still Penny.
Yeah.
She was still recognizable as
No,
Penny.
I'm talking about Amy. That's what I'm saying. It was Amy.
Yeah.
Amy didn't really change a lot. She grew as a character,
Mm-hmm.
but she still had that underlying the nerdy, the not really knowing how the right things to say, and she would ask questions that people would go,
Well, she was socially awkward
yes,
because
exactly.
her brain was wired to science and it was wired
Yeah.
to that world, and
That's what I'm
she
saying.
was sort of
So she grew into that the character where she became less socially awkward with her friends, which you would expect, but still people outside. She would ask her friends her opinions on certain things, and they would look at her as if to say, how do you know that? Not know that? And it was because, but they didn't actually say anything out. It was almost a case of, it's just Amy. And then you brought Bernadette in, who was hilariously funny. I love Bernadette.
They were all brilliant.
It's just the fact, it's the stuff she would say, things like, no, that's that cure we had, and it didn't do that, and it didn't cause flatulence, and we didn't rebrand it as a laxative and stuff like that. It was just all the stuff she would come away with about her job. Did that taste okay? Oh, well, that must have been these ones. Must be the ones that we should avoid. Stuff like that. You're sitting there thinking, what? I just thought all the characters, anyone they brought in, which I thought was a bit silly at points, because you're telling me these four guys are so socially awkward, and the one that's probably the most normal was Leonard. And look at the struggle he had to get Penny to notice him.
Hmm.
But
there's Sheldon,
let's face
and
it.
there
He's
is
like 5'2".
yeah, but is it most,
And one of my favorite side characters is the really tall, like beefy, jerky guy
the
that
one that played the
plays like
Superman?
Superman. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that guy. It's like you could understand why an attractive lady would fall for an attractive guy like that. He's tall and everything, but she's literally in between like spaces, just going. These guys are really clever. They can help me. They can fix things. They can do all of these things.
yeah,
This guy just all he has is he's tall, he's handsome,
yeah. But the way
but
I
he
was
has
looking at
nothing.
it as, if you look at it as just as characters, as in people, Leonard is the most normal. And that way is basically, yes, he's extremely brainy and he's extremely geeky and nerdy. However, he's socially competent, so he can talk to people. It doesn't need to be a case of I'll only talk to you if you talk comics, or I have to do this and this has to be done a particular way. So he's a socially competent person.
Yeah.
So he can talk to people. That's what I'm saying. He's the most normal, as in he just there's apart from shyness and or wee bits and pieces like try to hide his
Hmm.
lactose intolerance and silly things like that, and still try to beef himself up or talk himself up. Certain things, he's the most normal, but that's what I'm saying. So him struggling to get with Penny was believable, and I
Well,
could
that's it. They
understand
were
when they
all.
brought in Amy for Sheldon because the two of them were socially awkward and they were very analytical and stuff like that. So that sort of worked.
Hmm.
But then you had Howard the pervert with Bernadette, the beauty queen, and it's that type of thing. Whereas
But isn't Bernadette quite socially awkward as well?
I wouldn't have said she was socially awkward because her job, she's very social in her job because she's at all the Christmas parties and stuff like that. So with the people around her, she's socially competent. So she can talk to them. But the thing is, it's the fact is they felt as if they had to give all the characters a relationship. Raj had one who was a female version. She was very awkward, which was it Wendy? I can't remember. The girl, the one that she was
Oh,
in
I know the
Scrubs,
one. Yeah, the one that was. She was really weird. She was the one that kept like
climbing
freaking
out the
out and
window.
leaving and climbing
Yes,
out the windows and stuff. Yeah,
yeah,
she was definitely very unusual.
yes, but that's what I'm saying. Because Raj was meant to be unusual because he couldn't speak unless he had an alcohol in him and stuff like that. He was socially awkward, so they've decided to
Yeah.
give him a socially awkward. And it was almost like so you've got an almost normal type person, and you've got Penny, who's although she's an actress, watching she's sort of is near normal if you look at the females because you've got Amy, who is socially awkward, who's a female Sheldon. You've got Bernadette, who's very mouthy, very opinionated, complete opposite of Howard, but someday it works because they're the complete opposite. But how would the pervert get with her? And then you've got the socially awkward Raj, and is it Wendy? I can't remember her name. But the
I
thing is,
can't think of her name. No.
it was the fact is they were trying to bring the four of them as if they had all relationships. And sorry, knowing some of the groups I grew up with, that didn't happen all around about the same time. Where somebody might have a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and that takes priority, and you don't see your friends for ages. And it was the same idea, but it was different times, and it just that was the part of the Big Bang Theory I thought just didn't quite work. Bringing the characters in worked, and I think having them separated, whereas you had the three girls, and they were just friends, they would hang out, so you didn't have to have the guys there. And then you had the guys times where there was just the guys and it wasn't the girls. Because yeah, that would happen. And then there's times when they're all together. And sometimes you would only have one of them. And like you would have Raj with the girls, or sometimes you would have Penny just with the guys, that type of thing. It worked better like that, but when you had them all as if they were 4 couples all together, didn't quite work, because I just couldn't imagine that, just based on the situation. But I did like parts of The Big Bang Theory, so don't think I'm saying no, I didn't like it. So
Overall, I did really enjoy most of it. I have not watched it to its completion, but for me, the enjoyable parts is a little bit of the geekiness. For me, it's more because I'm far too old for them. It's more a throwback to how it was being a geek when I was young, and realizing that, hey, girls are not really that interested in joining you in a comic book shop. But they
see,
were.
I can't say that. That is, to me, that was the one thing. Like the time when the girls walked into comic book and all the guys are turning. The comic book shops I used to go in, not only was there was females buying comics, there was actually females behind the counter selling comics. So that was the one part I thought, really? Did they actually do
I
that in
would
comic
say
book
you're
stores?
the
Because
anomaly here.
yes, majority of the people in there are male. But to me, growing up, I would go to the comic book store and the woman behind the counter would be the one saying, so and so's new in. Excellent. It's that type of thing. So I never actually, I found it unusual when they're actually giving it the woman. Who does a woman in a comic book? I just did that part.
That I can agree to, but I grew up as, what's the best way of saying it? Because
Hi, Darius.
we lived so far outside of like a big major city hub that could actually have a comic book shop. I was basically your lumberjack, living in the woods,
I'm a lumberjack
wilderness
and
man.
I'm okay.
No, don't go
Don't
there.
start me
But
singing
yes, I
that,
was
because I
actually
will sing it all night.
I was thinking the same thing when I was trying to explain what this. No, for me, I literally had to make sure there was no chores left to do. I had 2 hours on the bike as a 12-year-old kid to cycle into the closest city that actually had something with comic books or geeky stuff in it. And there was never any woman there. Never. When I went in, if there was a woman there, she was just literally coming in, hey, can I borrow your phone? I need to call someone.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying it's that kind of stuff. But if you grew up in a big city, I can definitely imagine, because something I realized being older, as in when I hit my 20s, is suddenly started meeting a lot of ladies and lady friends and whatever you want to call them. They knew all of this stuff. They've been reading them for years, which is why I'm not buying this bullshit at all. And pardon the harsh language that girls were never allowed to be within this. It was just where I grew up. They may not have had the time, or they had other interests at the moment. But as I moved to bigger cities, especially coming to London, I have female friends that are younger than I am that have read comics book for longer than I've been alive, which sounds weird, but they grew up on it because dad or mom gave it to them.
See, I got my first comic books, the newsagents, and then from there, when anytime I was in the town, I'd go to the comic store, or anytime I was along the road, which we stayed in the East End, so it wasn't always going to. Sometimes it was going up to the shopping centre in the comic book store in there and stuff like that. But it was just one of those things. I would take my kids up. So I started going out with my first wife when I was 18. I was married by the time I was 20, first kid was 22. So by the time I was 30, my 3 kids were of the age that they would come to the comic book stores with me. It wasn't weird because there was other girls there was other women there was women serving, there was, yeah, I mean, my daughter grew up and worked in a comic store because she grew up around them and stuff like that. But it's the aspect of it, I just found that weird. Yes, and I understand that predominantly most people who read comic books were males, but it didn't actually mean that, oh, look, there's a woman, and it didn't come across as that. I just never understood that as if, oh, look, the Big Bang Theory, the three girls walk in, and all the guys. And then the
To
comes
be
out and says,
brutally
I
honest,
will turn the
where I
water.
grew up, and because of the way it was,
Uh,
like I said, I never saw a lady in the
yeah,
comic
but
book shop.
if one walked in, you wouldn't actually give it
But there's a woman,
uh
that was by far more from the sport jocks than it was from the geeks or the normies or anyone in between. It was the
yeah.
sport jokes. It was like, oh yeah, it's just guys here on the field. It's like, there's a woman watching us play this. That's far more my experience growing up. So I saw it in reverse as to what the popular culture tries to say. It's like, oh, it was the geeks. They never saw a woman. We were a computer society back in 1989. We had computers that the school let us have in the cellar of the school building. It was 7 girls and 9 boys. Okay, yeah, more boys than girls, but 50-50 as close as you could get it. And they were just interested. They were just as geeky. So this is why I've never bought into any of this nonsense that,
Yep.
you girls are not allowed, they can't
Well,
be.
I went back to uni, or college, should I say, for my national certificate in computers. First year.
As
Oh,
before the European Internet
yeah.
driver's license or whatever it was called.
National certificate in computer studies. It
Yeah,
was
that's so odd.
1987. And I would say about 35-40% of the class was girls.
Mm.
And it wasn't a case of there was a couple of the teachers were female, a couple of most predominantly, I think there was out of the 7 lecturers, 3 of them were female. But it
Yeah,
was
there you
that.
go.
I think it was just a case of when somebody would say things like, "Oh, it's a predominantly male." Aye, but just sort of over. Hold on, Alexa, shut up. It must have actually assumed something I said, but
Everybody
the thing is,
everybody
when
knows that
people
one.
would say things like that, and then I would sit in there thinking, really? Isn't it actually, yes, a majority of them, but you're talking about majority as in 60%, maybe 65 if you were, I think maybe that's the majority. It's not like 99 out of every 100 pair people who are into computers is male. And that's what I didn't understand. And it was the same with comic books and stuff like that, because I grew up and there was people all around, different races, different nationalities, different sexes, different age groups. They were all there. I never understood when
And
people
I
actually
consider
come around.
myself a massive
Right. And hi, Cam
Spider-Man.
Cam.
Go ahead, Jen.
I'm a massive Spider-Man geek. And I could tell you stuff that I've been told by other people to say, oh, yeah, well, I've read Spider-Man for 40 years now. I told them, okay, do you remember the episode where Spider-Man just did a single upper punch and sent the Hulk into orbit and just got, and then I met girls, younger and older than I am, and they've just been schooling me left, right, and center. No. He did this, he did this, and no, that was his girlfriend at the time, and this was this storyline. Anyone can be a geek. Doesn't have to be XY or XX chromosome.
Yep. Defo. My first comic books that well, I shouldn't say that. My very first comic books that I loved were horror comics. But then a couple of decades later, I got into comics for a little while again. And the first one that I was drawn to was Lobo.
See, Lobo, I think, is an interesting character. It wasn't
Which is
one
a
of my
D-
favourite ones, but
Is
it
he
was just
DC?
fun.
Yeah,
He
bounty
was
hunter.
he was a fun character.
He was really funny.
Shoestring. Oh, I remember that one.
But yeah, I mean, I knew people who worked in comic stores. I knew, just people who loved comics, both males and females. You were just into it or you weren't. It didn't really matter who you were. I mean,
Yeah.
when I went to the sci-fi conventions over the years, it was a mix. It was always a mix of men and women there.
Yeah.
I never ever did I feel out of place or anything like that. I felt like I was just among my people.
Well,
These
and
are my people.
yeah, exactly. And that's exactly how I thought. It wasn't a case of, oh, I feel uncomfortable because look, there is a woman over there. No,
No,
we
no,
would all sit down and gab about the same stuff and talk about it, and it was a case of these are my people. We are talking Doctor Who. We are talking Star Trek. We are talking
Yeah.
whatever Hogan's Heroes,
Yep.
anything like that. Anything we could talk
Airwolf,
about.
MacGyver, A-Team, whatever you have.
Yep,
It
exactly.
is,
Oh,
you loved it growing up.
yep.
That's the connect in. I may be socially awkward trying to approach someone. Doesn't have to be a man or a woman.
Yep.
It may be just because I have maybe a built-in shyness or an awkwardness. But finding that common ground, and then suddenly you realize you just sat there for 3.5 hours just discussing geeky stuff that you really love. Like I said before, you may be a sports geek. You love crunching the numbers of cricket, baseball, or American football, or football, the proper football, by the way, not soccer,
Football.
ice hockey, all of these things. If you're a geek and you find that common ground, that's the most important thing for me. That's kind of why I enjoy the stuff I enjoy. Finding people that enjoy the same thing, that's just a massive bonus.
Yeah.
I'll give you an
Exactly.
example of that, right? I was listening to a book, it must have been about 6, 8 months ago. It's Moths Ate My Doctor Who Scarf. Got it on Audible. I'm just actually digging it out just a wee second. But the thing is, it's about
I'm just gonna
shall
go.
we
That's
say
a very specific title.
yes. It's obviously about a geek who was into Doctor Who when he was a kid, and then obviously it was about Doctor Who coming back, and he had a kid, and it was all a case of digging out his scarf and the moth ate his Doctor Who scarf. However, I'm just trying to find it. The problem is I've got so many bloody books on my list. Find it. There it's there. Moth Ate My Doctor Who Scarf by Toby Haydock. So it's basically him talking about it. It's narrated by Toby himself, Louise Jameson, Colin Baker. It's only 55 minutes, so it's not a big book, and it's just about how his love of Doctor Who was seen, and he was talking about kids, other kids back in the day who would call him weirdo and stuff like that because he liked Doctor Who. Look at that weirdo, and he was saying these are the guys who had a collection of football programs. They had pictures of football players on their wall. They had football strips at their tops with a signature over it. Yet they called me weird because I had a collection of Doctor Who magazines and I had pictures of the Doctor or Romana or on my wall, and I had signed copies of a magazine in a frame. And he says they used to call me weird. They were doing exactly the same thing, so they were nerdy and geeky in their own way. But because mine was sci-fi, I was a weirdo. Theirs was football. They're normal, and it was always do that. But
Well,
the book itself,
that was
it is
always
a
the
really
thing.
good book.
Yeah.
The Moths Ate My Doctor Who Scarf. Toby Haydock. And Colin, yes. Not only that, he played two different Dwaynes.
That
Wayne
was a
Dibley
great point.
Dwayne Dibley and Dwayne Myers. There you go.
I wonder
Basically,
if that was deliberate.
I to an extent, I think so. But how many actors can make their Dwaynes super cool? I mean, you've got two Dwayne characters. The Dwayne Dibley is designed to be the geeky geek, but even at that, he's still cool. And then you've got Dwayne Myers, who is just cool with a capital C, with a capital U. It wasn't cool. The cat actually said, "What was it?" The cat had that one. I'm cool with a capital U or something like that.
I'm trying to remember that one.
Uh-huh. But anyway, but there's how many people can actually make a Dwayne cool, let alone two? No many. See, I've never read any of the Cadfile books, so don't know. Yeah, I'm just flying through these. I've got some. We'll need to actually go onto that shortly. We'll give it 10 minutes and we'll do the picks.
Lovely.
Because I've got a couple of good ones. So I have. See, the BBC used to have great production. Nowadays, I think they sacrifice quality because they've not got the money and they can't afford to do some stuff. However, I think the ideology kills it as well. So we're caught up with the Death in Paradise stuff. I'm just trying to catch up because this is stuff from an hour ago.
It's hard to keep up. We've been.
I haven't watched. I saw I Claudius with David Jacob. David.
Yes, we have Claudius. Yeah, love that. That's Patrick Stewart as well, and Derek Jacobi.
But I remember it was basically it was New York. Oh God, what was his name? He played in Clockwork Orange. Mark McDowell.
Oh, Malcolm McDowell.
Malcolm McDowell. He was the one that was in Clockwork Orange, wasn't he?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Was he not in it? He played a centurion or something. It was one of his early parts.
Every time I hear the word centurion, I go instantly Python. I'm sorry. Throw him waffly to the ground, centurion.
It's one of these Britain joke names. I have a friend. Because yes.
What was it? What's his name? Incontinentia.
Incontinentia buttocks. Yes.
Yep.
I've never watched it though.
Yeah, but
yeah, right.
I will say for anyone who hasn't watched the biggest, thickest sketch with Monty Python, watch it and try to not to laugh. But when you do laugh, look at the extras in that scene.
Yeah.
They were literally brought on the set that day. They had no clue what the dialogue was going to be about. All they were told, stand there, look like a soldier, be a proper soldier.
Yeah, which was brilliant.
They were not given the instruction, do not laugh. It was literally just, you're a soldier, you're a Roman soldier, you're going to stand there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd seen that, the clip they were talking about that. What happened to the sex appeal of TV shows Charlie's Angels, Wonder Woman, Buck Rogers, Matt Hudson, and Friends? The only one I've not seen
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But Buck Rogers, yeah, with Commander Wilma Deering. Come on.
Yep.
No comment.
Wonder Woman. The great Lindsay Wagner. Anybody like to spin? I used to actually spin when I was a kid, try to turn into Wonder Person. You kids grew up actually watching Wonder Woman. Who did actually spin?
She used to start to spin around, yeah.
I did that. Everybody did.
I loved Charlie's Angels.
I liked the movie Charlie's Angels, the remake, and it is because they stuck so close to it. They the actual John Forsyth, who played Charlie,
Yeah.
playing Charlie again. They had 3 new angels, and they had a Bosley who was a Bosley type character. It wasn't Bill Murray. It was oh God, who played Bosley?
I
Can't
didn't
remember.
see the new ones,
But
unfortunately.
the
I've
second
seen the
movie
first one.
was absolute junk because they tried to do it and then they tried to change. So Bosley was suddenly a black guy, and you're sitting there thinking, really? Because his character completely changed. Having another person in playing that type of character, if the character was the same, it would have been fine. But they didn't because they couldn't have him playing a servant. So he was playing a butler, but he was this cool butler, and no, it's not Bosley. So change his name and have a different. But no, they called him Bosley, and it just didn't work. So and stuff like that. But yeah, Friends even. You look at the bit where Joey would go up and say, no, if you want to get Chandler's thing, you need to do this. And he would go, "Oi," and the 3 buttons would open and they weren't even broken because he had sexual magnetism and he was actually showing Phoebe how to be sexually attractive to Chandler and stuff like that. But they were playing on the sex tropes and they would play on them. But you're not allowed to anymore. Is that bad?
It is
Oh,
bad.
it's sad. It's sad, is what it is. Yeah, it's very sad.
I've never seen that one.
No,
Hollister?
I've
There
never
is
heard of that
probably
one.
a recall. I don't have.
No, I'm
No, I
afraid I
don't
haven't
see
seen
the
that one.
You want to
premise.
see somebody with an overbearing sister? There is a few out there.
Penelope Keith would have been. I can see
Penelope Keith, the To the Manor Born
she's
and stuff like that,
superb.
was just superb. But you want to see something with an overbearing mother? Ronnie Corbett's Sorry. That's an overbearing mother. But
Yeah.
Penelope Keith has just got that type where you look at To Manor Born and The Good Life. She just played. Her character was just so iconic, no matter what. Even though they were 2 different. One was want to be upper crust, and the other one was born into upper crust, who was quite happy to be part and parcel of the village, but she still played the same type of characters, and it fitted into both, so she could play both of them. Humphrey was a significant different character to Ben Miller's. That was, and it was the way they changed the characters in Death in Paradise. They didn't try and make it the same person just played by somebody else. So that works. So that's why I think the Jodie could work just as easy, as long as they didn't actually mess around with everything around about him. I don't know. I think when he was younger he could have got away with it. Now I don't know if he's because he's so well known, because remember a lot of people who played the Doctor, they weren't as well known going into things, and that helped them because they were settling in, because they didn't have a big career behind them. They were known for bits and pieces here and there, but they weren't known for big roles. Whereas Chris Marshall's been around, he's did some really big things, and try to get into the Doctors, I think it would change. I think you still need someone who's fairly new in the scene. That's why I think another thing it probably went against Jodie Whittaker is because she was already known for other things, so people seen her in that. It just didn't tie up with the persona she had. Whereas if you're fairly new in and you get that, you can fit your persona around it. You look at Karen Gillan, which she's been on to do things like the Guardians of the Galaxy, the one. I've never really seen her in it. I've seen clips of it because I'm not really
She's
interested.
good in it. Yeah, she's very
But
good.
that's what I'm saying. But she went from there. Can you imagine she did that movie first and came into Doctor Who? It would have been a step down, and people would be saying, but she's did this and she's did that. Whereas you imagine Matt Smith doing the Terminator movie, which he was cut out of. But you imagine if that he was in the Terminator movie up front there as, I don't even know what he was meant to be in it, but they cut him out of it. Then you imagine him doing Doctor Who, or being a case of what's a big actor like that doing Doctor Who for, and then but he's got this type of persona and it just doesn't match, and then him acting silly and stuff like that. You people were going, well, it doesn't actually quite go with his persona. So whereas because he's getting in that and he's not as well known, he can build his persona around the Doctor. And I think that's why a lot of them not very well known actors and actresses could do it.
But even so, I want someone that can go. What's the best way I can describe it? If you take the way both Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger went from the action heroes into the comedy heroes. So if we take twins from Schwarzenegger's perspective, and you take Sylvester Stallone, Stop or My Mom Will Shoot.
Yes,
Excellent.
I love that with Estelle Getty. That's an absolutely superb movie. I loved it.
Yeah. But you do have, even though he's up against another well-known action hero, Tango and Cash is one of my favorite action films of all time.
I know that film. I don't know. Have I
There was a
seen that or not?
Tango and Cash, the very first joke at the beginning is Sylvester Stallone's character. Is he Tango or is he Cash? I can't remember. Basically shoots something and the other one turns around and says, "Who do you think you are? Rambo?" Take the Mickey. And I thought, superb.
That's fun.
They've
Yeah.
made the joke about it and then they could leave it after that.
Yeah. And then
And
they
that's
only
what I like.
did like the one touch.
Yeah.
On something like that. And then they just carried on. It was like a one-off joke. Didn't need to be carried like stretched out or anything. They just like one touch and then move on with the story.
And do you know the Arnold Schwarzenegger one? Last Action Hero.
Such a good one.
Right. He goes into the cop show. Remember, he goes into the police station with the kid in tow. And who's coming out? The T-1000. And he goes, "Did you see that?" And he just goes, he just sort of shrugged because inside there's all these different cops from all these different genres. There's a cat cop, there's robot cops and stuff like that from all the different genres because it's in a police station in TV world. And he says, "Do you not see anything wrong with this?"
What I like about it is
the T-1000 walks past him. It's hilarious, and he just sort
the
of shrugs
only
as if to
time
say,
I've seen it called out in American films is like, why does everybody in America has a phone number that starts with 555 and then it's just four numbers? It's like there's only 10,000 people that can have a phone number like that, but everybody has a 555 1 2 3 4.
I heard that about Angela Lansbury when they were talking about doing a remake of Murder, She Wrote. I heard that.
Good for her.
And Angela Lansbury, remember, she started as a sex symbol.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And she worked her way around and she got Murder, She Wrote. And how many episodes? I can't remember. There was.
She was also in Bedknobs and Broomsticks, which was a children's film.
Bedknobs and Broomsticks is my favorite.
Yeah.
I love that.
I've got a copy of Bedknobs and Broomsticks. But the thing is, she didn't actually turn around saying, "Yes, when I was younger, I had to do this." No, she just did her job, and then she got this. A lot of people say, but it was just schlock TV. It was just filler, and it wasn't too. It was still entertaining. As long as it's an entertaining program, it doesn't need to be highbrow.
Murder, She Wrote. Okay, it wasn't the best detective.
That's what I'm saying. It was entertainment,
drama, but it was entertaining through and through, all the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what you want. You want entertainment in the stuff. And Angela Lansbury stuff. Yes, it might not have been. Oh, I had to think about that, and I had to do this. Sorry, it was entertainment. It's like Father Brown, the guy who played Bosley in the originals, played Father Brown. I've watched those.
That's right.
There was another one. It was a lot older. I've watched one or two of those, not amazing, but the one with Williams, Mark Williams. Is it Mark Williams?
Mark Williams?
Mark
That's not ringing a
Williamson.
bell.
The one that played Rory's dad in Doctor Who.
Oh,
Mark
yes.
Williams, isn't it? Mark Williams. He played Father Brown 4 or 5
Yes.
seasons, and he was fantastic in it. And
I
I
remember
loved
seeing
that
him.
version of Father Brown. And then, because anytime it was on, I would message my friend, and she would say, "Oh, excellent," because he's in it. She preferred it, but she's a big Doctor Who fan as well, and she prefers the new stuff to the old stuff. She loves the old stuff, but she still loves the new stuff. Whereas I like the old stuff. The rest, but I'll just leave that aside because I don't want to actually alienate or use people who think it's great. Doctor Who's great. Doesn't matter what version.
Yeah, it does.
It was Mark Williams.
Does matter.
And yes, Patty was a legend, and there's never going to replace that.
No,
Nobody
he
could.
was a part of so many of our lives growing up, and so many different things, and more importantly,
Remind me if I'm wrong here. Sorry to jump in, Ben.
no,
He directed Star Crazy, really?
Driving Miss Daisy? Isn't that Sidney Poitier?
I
No.
don't know. Let's see.
That was Morgan Freeman.
No.
I believe in Driving Miss Daisy, wasn't it?
Right.
No,
I'm
that
picking
was
out my
Poitier.
movies. Star
Really?
Crazy. Where's my Star Crazy
It's been
movie?
bloody ages since I've seen that.
Again, this is why I'm asking, because I'm not Google.
1989.
Star Crazy.
You have a look. Jessica Tandy. It was, Jessica Tandy, Morgan Freeman, and Dan Aykroyd.
That's a Morgan Freeman. Wow.
Yes. I know because I'm a massive Morgan Freeman fan. I adore him.
Let me ask, just because of a sideline here. You've probably seen the meme pictures that is just going, it's like a picture of Morgan Freeman, and there's just some random words, and then at the bottom it says, "You read this in Morgan Freeman's voice, didn't you?"
Oh gosh, yes.
I'm definitely guilty of doing that. And for me, Morgan Freeman's best film ever. He's had a lot of them, but it is Shawshank Redemption. Without
I think it's also because he's obviously narrating as well as acting in it. He's sort of the narrator through it, so you do get the benefit of listening to him and his just amazing manner when he reads things. And he's done comedy and he's done drama, and of course I grew up with him, watching him in The Electric Company with Rita Moreno back in the 70s, back in the early 70s, and yes, and that's a brilliant film. Love that film.
Well, I'm looking at it. Columbia Pictures presents a Hannah Weinstein production. Gene Wilder, Richard Pryor, Stir Crazy.
You have an amazing
Melvin Tucker.
You have Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Executive producer Melvin Tucker. Produced by Hannah Weinstein. Music by Tom Scott. Written by Bruce J. Friedman. Directed by Sidney Poitier. I did not know that.
Well, that is something I did not know.
I did not know that. Thank you, Rebecca. I did not know he directed that.
As always, the chat is like an hour ahead of us.
Well, they are actually an hour ahead because that was actually 1 minute to 9, and it's 10 past 10. So we're a wee bit behind.
We're trying our best, chat. Just don't worry.
Getting there.
The weirdest thing is, because I grew up in Scandinavia, so sadly Scandinavia insists on translating every English title there is, American title, anything. And there was a Richard Pryor and Gene Wilder film, and in Swedish, and I will see if anyone in the chat or on the panel here, it was "Listen up, deafhead, don't you see where you're going, you blind bleak." That is literally the sweet.
I know what that's called. I know what that's called.
Go
Hear no
ahead.
evil. Hear no evil, see no evil.
Yes.
Oh, well done.
But it
And
was basically listen up, you deafhead.
Kelly Inch.
Here we go. The
Nothing wrong with
Incredibles.
the Incredibles. I like the Incredibles 2. Incredibles 1, sorry. I like the Incredibles 1 too. I like the Incredibles 2 as well.
I like the Incredibles 1 because it surprisingly enough, it was the one that made the least.
Now, Kelly Inch, who are you
present.
talking? Kelly Inch has said she loves my puppies. Is my jumper a wee bit too tight?
No, it's my puppy eyes that she loves.
Sorry. Yeah, well, mine don't have a choice. The hood goes on.
Do you actually have snow up there? Because it's
Not
like
anymore.
14
The rain
degrees
get rid of
down
it.
here.
The rain get rid of it. It was raining last night, so this morning the snow had gone. Even though it snowed me in for a day, it was gone overnight.
Snowed you in. It was that much snow.
Well, we had about that much, so you probably talk about an inch of snow, but on the country roads, the back roads, it just turned to ice. And going up a hill like that with the snow, no fun.
No, no fun.
I'm just trying to catch up. Kelly Inch, I've been doing that as well over the last couple of weeks. I've restarted Time Team. I started from season 1. I actually rewatched, if you get a chance, it's called Timelines, which was the precursor to Time Team. I don't think it's on YouTube, unfortunately. There's a load of episodes on YouTube of Time Team because this year they're releasing, I think it's in the spring, the first dig, which is a Roman dig, and it's the first one they've done since the Time Team finished because they've recorded it. They just have to edit it and put it out there.
What's
I'm
his
looking forward
name?
to that.
Tim Roderick, wherever he plays in Blackadder.
You're talking about Baldrick, Tony
Baldwin.
Robinson.
Yes, he's just so fantastic because he's so passionate.
Yes, and do you know why they got him? Is because they wanted somebody, believe it or not, sounds silly, that was the everyman, that people could see he doesn't know. So when he's asking questions, it's questions. Because I'd said in my video when I did a review of Time Team, because I was talking, it was just after my dad had passed, because it was one of mine's and my dad's favourite programs. We would sit and watch them, and I remember actually saying to my dad, "Why is that Tony Robinson on it? He knows nothing, and he keeps asking questions." And he says, "Because he's asking the questions you would ask." He says he's there to be you. So those stupid questions he's asking are the stupid questions you ask. And he basically, and I thought, yeah, that's true. But
I'm going to have to cut in there
as he got,
quickly on the stupid question.
no, but the thing is,
There
they
is
were,
no such thing as a stupid question because a
yes,
stupid
but
person
it's
would
how we
never
perceive it.
ask a question.
Yeah, but as how as I was perceiving it was, he's asking very basic, stupid questions that everybody should know. And my dad's saying, but it's the type of questions you would ask or somebody would ask. And that's what his job is, to ask those questions. And
Exactly.
as the series got on, you saw him learning a bit because he would say, "You mean like when we did this, and that's this, and that's what that means." And he would say, "Oh, you're learning." And that's what it was. It was a case of people were growing with the program, watching it all and learning wee bits and pieces, and so was he. Hence the reason why. I did my review of Time Team. Did it. My dad had passed away a year ago at the end of this month, and that's when I did it. And because Victor Ambrose passed away within 10 days of my dad, and that was my dad's favourite. He was the artist, and it was one of my dad's favourite
Oh,
on it.
interesting. Oh,
So I did the review of that based on the fact as I sat and rewatched it after my dad had passed, and I did the review. But I've started rewatching it again. because it's time game.
Uh,
And I do love it. Yeah.
it
I'm just
might
actually trying to find the name of the programmer I'm trying to actually advise on. So I think
it
it's
might
Time
give
Signs.
me a
What is
little
it?
bit of uplift of the stuff that I will show for the pick of the week, but in the gaming culture, because I'm fortunately young enough that yes, I was a teenager when the Nintendo Entertainment System came out and everything, but there is two distinctions, and people that do not know come into it blindly. There are two terms. You can be called a newbie or a noob, but there
Yeah.
is a massive difference. A newbie will go in and say, "Oh, this shit is broken. I'm gonna give it back to the store. I'm gonna sell it back. I'm gonna return it. I'm not gonna do anything." Whereas a noob, which stands for a newbie, someone that is new to something, is asking those pertinent questions. Just like you said that he was doing, he's asking the questions. Okay, most of you may know the answer, but there may be a few of you that do not. Here is the answer. Okay, you move to the next level. Here's the next question you're asking. There are still a lot of you that are noobs, but a newbie would be gone by this time. They would not pass first question because they would demand that, oh, everybody should do what I think it should be done. Whereas a noob is someone that has the quest to perfect themselves, get better, understand what they're doing, get where they're going. And it's something I actually saw on a YouTube video today being explained that way. And it's like, that's actually really accurate. There's two levels. There's those that don't want to learn, and there's those that do want to learn, and they will progress quickly. And suddenly, you're not the noob anymore. You're not new to whatever it is that you would like to know about. Doesn't matter if it's history, TV show, Doctor Who, Star Trek, video games, IT, HR, accounting. You want to learn how to build a building. You want to be a carpenter or spark or plasterer or anything. Yes, first day, you're a noob, but you can choose to be a noob or a newbie. If you're a newbie, you're someone that decides, oh, this is the way it has to be done.
Now, that's
A
an
noob,
interesting description. I never heard that someone talk about the difference between those two.
yeah. But I really heard it today and it's really resonated. So, no, I'm a newbie, as in I have no clue what's going on. I have very set mindset. This is the way it has to be. And bit prove it completely wrong, and I will kind of like just drop it. But in areas where I'm a noob, I want to learn more.
Yeah.
So take Doctor Who. I know a lot of Doctor Who. I am nowhere near where you guys are. You can tell me inside, upside, downside, left side, right, all of that. Who's the Doctor? Who's the partner? It's not partner. It's companion.
Yes, companion.
You got all of that. You know where the Daleks are from. You can tell where the home planet of Doctor Who is. Know it. But again, this is one saying I'm a noob.
Yeah, as Colin said as well, it's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah. By the way, it came back to me. It's Gallifrey. By the way. But this is what I'm saying.
The thing is, I was
freshly
wanting to answer
starting
all
out.
those questions, but I decided not to because I didn't want to actually go in case I got one wrong.
But this is where you go in. It's like, oh, hey, I love this TV show. So one of my TV shows is, what, three of them, A-Team, MacGyver, and Next Generation. Those are TV shows I really love. I've seen them multiple times. But I could probably tell you more about Farscape than any of these three TV shows. So
Farscape is superb.
Yeah, but where would I be in kind of a knowledge level? If you
But the
put
thing
me
is,
on
no matter how much
Jeopardy,
knowledge we've got, there's always somebody else with more knowledge.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the thing.
I think I prefer the term casual, a casual watcher versus, um, a full on fan,
Yeah.
a full on, because a casual watcher might not necessarily be a newbie. They might know, like you're saying, Jim, you might know some, but not really, be
Let's put
so
it this
into
way.
it that they know every single detail of it.
See, I would put it in levels, right? You've got the newbie or the newbie, whatever you want to call it. Somebody's just started watching it because they've seen a couple of episodes. So they know the very, very basics. Then you've got the normie who's seen a couple of episodes here and there. They know wee teeny bits about it, but if somebody asks them a question, they go. Then you've got the casual watcher, which fills a quite a big range because there is a lot of knowledge there. Then you've got the fan who knows, I would say, a good 70+%. So yeah, the casual one could go anywhere between
And
30
may I
to
put you on the
70%
fan?
of the knowledge.
A fan is someone I would consider you've seen enough, you actually love it enough to go, oh, is there a convention in my area? Might I go or may I not go? That's where I think you start going from I like it to I am a fan.
But the problem is you get people who are newbies and think they should be the fans and go to conventions and tell people how
But this
wrong
is
they
where I
are.
agree with your scale. It's you start to go from, hey, this Doctor Who stuff looks really interesting. Oh, I opened a magazine or there was an ad on TV or something. It's like, oh, there's a convention 5 minutes down the road. I want to go. I don't think a newbie would do that.
Well, unfortunately, in 2020, there were a lot of people who were going, just started watching it at a particular time, say episode, say 11 or season 11, and they started telling everybody how wrong everybody else was. Doesn't matter if you've been a fan for 50 years. And that's the difference. That's, to me, some newbies go, and their idea is, I've watched this one part, and everything else before that is wrong. So you liking it must mean you're wrong. So you need to listen to me and listen to what I'm telling you.
You see, this is where fans are noticing you're not the fan, you are still
Yes. But
entry level.
Rebecca's Ian is basically don't really like UK TV shows. I don't like new TV shows. However, there's things like Coupling, the UK version, the first 3 seasons especially, are superior. The US version is pants. Red Door, try and tell me that's no good. Whereas you look at the shows they did for Red Dwarf in the US. However, there is some fantastic US stuff, classic and newish. So you've got things like F Troop. I've got a copy of F Troop, and it is I love it.
Oh, I
It is
remember F Troop.
I've
Yep.
got a lot of McHale's Navy. I
Yep.
love it. Hogan's Heroes, watch it all the time.
I
Anytime
loved Hogan's Heroes. Yep. And
I was
McHale's Navy, that was Phil Silvers,
Ernest,
wasn't it?
oh, it was Ernest Borgnine.
Oh, Ernest Borgnine.
You're
Right,
thinking of
right, right.
Sergeant Bilko.
Sergeant
You're thinking
Bilko, yeah.
Sergeant Bilko. And I loved Bilko and I hated the remake. Because somebody had said on Twitter, let's hope they don't remake Bilko. And I says, they already have Steve Martin. I like Steve Martin, but he was not Bilko. Because you remember Bilko, he would actually give it a and they would go, whereas in the Steve Martin one, it was hey, lift your arms and hit and do this. And you're sitting there thinking, that's not even
No.
anywhere near what Bilko did.
Yeah, but it was more his campus style.
Yes, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. It was not Belco, no matter what they called the program. So it ruined it. So, meh. Whereas Phil Silvers was Belco. But I loved all those. But there was things like I'm trying to think. Friends, was it the fantastic? But it was still good of its time. Fraser, absolutely amazing. Cheers, brilliant. And then you could go back to things like Rhoda. You could go back to Mary Tyler Moore. You could,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there was so many. Oh, what was that one? I can't even remember. Some Golden Girls for it. There you go. With the passing of um, Betty White.
B.
Golden
Arthur.
Girls, fantastic program.
Mm-hmm.
They did the Golden. There was a TV show after it. Was they were running a hotel, but there was only the three of them. I'm trying to think who didn't come back. I don't know if it was Betty White. It didn't come back for it. I'm just trying to see if I've got a copy of it. Golden Girls. No, I don't have it. I thought I had. No, I don't have the Golden Girls stuff. I thought I would have had a copy of something Golden Girls related, but nope. No, but there was things like Killjoys. That's a fairly new American one, and I really like that. But there was things that I would not actually wouldn't sully my hands by watching now, and even things like Wheel of Time, which I have sullied my eyeballs, and I do apologise to my eyeballs profusely that I've watched it, and it's only because I said I would review it.
At least you didn't bleach them out, but you did mention Frasier. And for me, what's his name? Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer
Yeah.
is superb, but I think
One
all
of
the
my
characters in
favorite-
it made it.
Go ahead, Jim.
One of my favorite films is Down Periscope because he plays a submarine captain that has tattooed "Welcome aboard"
On
shall
his
we
wallet.
say a male extendable.
Listen, just
anatomy.
call it what we call it in Scotland. Tattooed on his wally.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I love that, and they've got the village people at the end on the
Yes.
boat doing the song. "You're
In the Navy.
And it's absolutely fantastic. It is a good, fun movie. You've even got Macy, Thingy Macy, and it. He
Yep.
played an XO in one of the other subs.
Yep.
It is a we need to do that one day. I love Down Periscope.
I'm adding it to the list that we have.
Yes, I love Down Periscope. So I do. I think I've already got it on the list. I'm
You
just
have.
checking if I put it on mine's.
But
I only put about 40.
That's such a
Unfortunately,
good
I cut my list down, so I just put about 30 or 40 or 50 movies on. So I only stopped it at the K's. I didn't go any further because there was so many. So Down Periscope is on the list. No, it's not. I never put it on my list. Drop Dead Fred, Dude, Where's My Car, and Dumb and Dumber. I put on the list.
Oh God,
I
Drop
forgot
Dead
to put
Fred
it.
is
if you're
brilliant.
on the list, you can add it. You can have it under your category because you were the one bringing up Frasier. It was
Yeah,
just
I've-
reminding me of this because it's
I've
such
got
a
both of them open Down Periscope.
that film is just such a belly laugh. It is
It's
cheeky. It's tongue in cheek. It's serious, but still carries such light weight with it. And you have what's his name? He's in Men in Black as well. Rick Thorne.
Yes.
Thorne, aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
He
just
plays the
play
good
so-
admiral. He plays the good admiral.
Yeah, they play so well off each other. It's just such an enjoyable film.
It is. I love Down Periscope. I think it's one of my favourite go-to comedies because see if you're actually just you want something on and it is just pure fun. Like for instance, the guy who's the communications officer.
It sounded like an explosion. But that's the guy from the
That
enemy
was-
ship.
That was basically the cook who farted.
That's the guy that played Max in Armageddon, by the way.
But no, down Periscope, and there you go. Resident Alien is back in the 22nd. We need to review that. Season 1 was
definitely need.
superb, and I'm so looking forward to season 2.
Yeah.
But Alan
That's
Tudyk, so can't go wrong with that one. Maybe when we finish this, Pants, that is Wheel of Time, we can review something good in a Sunday, like
Sadly, we have to go back to the 90s, which is a really bad thing, but it's
Well,
not
Resident
a bad
Alien.
thing.
No, I'm saying for a TV show, we could do down Periscope on a Wednesday night movies. But the Sunday after we finish this, Pants, that is the Wheel of Time. We can start doing Resident Alien, which is starting on the 22nd. So that's what I was getting at. So that way we can actually just all sit and watch it and then review the bloody thing.
That sounds like a good idea.
Resident Alien is superb, and it should be on Amazon. I'm sure it's on Amazon. It's back the 22nd, guys. Colin, when is it Amazon? It's on. I'm sure it is. GWTW. What's that? Make sure
Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind. That's true. Have I got Gone with the Wind? I'm sure I got Gone with the Wind. I'm just looking at my DVDs again.
Apologies, Kellen, if I made an assumption, but it's like that's the first that popped into my mind with GW.
Right. What we'll do is I'll just check this Gone with the Wind first. There's my G. No, I thought I had to actually pick that up, but I've not. So, anywho, what we will do, we shall do this.
Pick of the week.
And shall we start with Wend?
I haven't got one.
Yeah, you have. It's a different pick, but it's the pick of the week. And they're there.
I was looking earlier to see if I could come up with something, and it's getting harder and harder to find things that people haven't already seen.
Yep.
Oh, don't feel bad because you know how my computer burned. Basically,
same as me. I was down, and I actually got that many. I could do 4 weeks worth from what I've got, and I'm actually going to split it into 3 weeks. Right. So, right, Wend. So, do you want me to share them?
Oh, these are the yes.
Yes,
As far as pick of the week,
so-
I haven't got, but the these are the ones. Yeah, these are our acquisitions, shall we say?
Right, here
Christmas.
we go. Come on, share your silly.
These have been a long time saving for and coming. We've been sort of, and some were sort of impulse buys the other day as well.
My machine is running slow, and it's actually decided not to do anything. And basically, they're ready to go, and I've hit the
I could show them next week.
For some reason,
do them next week.
I can't even actually close my window because it would cut me off.
It's just acting weird tonight. I normally would hold them up on the camera, but I'm probably scare the hell out of everybody tonight. So I'm good.
I'm just going to
I'm sure you'll be fine when
I've been cleaning house and tidying all day and doing things, and we've just been had such a busy day that I didn't get a chance to sort of glam up. So I'm far too vain to go on camera this evening.
Right, I'm actually
Far
just
too
trying
vain.
this again. I might drop, so bear with me.
Make sure you come back.
He looks frozen.
He's frozen, yeah. I wonder why it's doing that, because I did take the photos with my phone, but most PCs now can handle a phone-sized photo. It shouldn't be that. But he did say his computer was playing up, didn't he?
He did. And he really looks frozen at the moment.
Yeah. I what we did is I got Darren some Christmas presents. Oh, he's back.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. And then we went to town the other day. We had a little bit of Christmas money from a relative. And so we went back into the TV and movie store. And
Ooh.
okay, yes, this was one of my Christmas presents.
That is
Uh,
an absolutely
isn't that cool?
fantastic. I'm
It's
so jealous.
it's so cool, right down to the claws. I mean, the detail on it is beautiful.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I have wanted one of those for ages.
I've only got
Um,
one creature from the Black Lagoon, and it is nowhere near as nice.
No, the same here.
it's a nice sculpt. I just was very impressed with the detail, you know, on the claws and everything. The only thing he's not is he's not green, but which I thought was odd. But he's the detail on him is absolutely brilliant.
It might
Would
be
they?
one of those things where you actually do the final painting yourself.
No, I
No,
think
I
it's
think
deliberately. Is it grey?
yes, I think it's a
No,
homage to the original.
they have because it's black and white.
Yes,
It was
yes,
black and white. That's why
yes.
it's grey, and I think it looks better like that. Yes, looking green would have been nice.
I do want
I
to
think
get a model, yeah, because I knew people that had like the models in green, you know, and I always just thought those were brilliant. But he is so cool. That's my little workstation where I work from home, and so he's living there now because he's just so cool. I
I
can't
don't
not have
blame
him
you.
near me.
I do not blame you.
Oh.
Right, and we'll flick to the next one. Right, give me 2 seconds. The next one. Okay, we'll flick to the next one.
Let's see if it works. No. Hey,
There
guess
you
who that
go.
is?
Ooh, yeah, the doctor.
Yes, that was another one of my Christmas presents from Darren. That was one I've been wanting for a while. And this is the Eagle Moss. I think these are all the Eagle Moss ones. This was from the TV and movie store.
That just
And these are pretty decent. These are really nice sculpts.
yeah. I've got the Eagle Moss one. So I have where have I got them? Bottom shelf down here. Yeah, I've got that one. They are cool models, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They are. So I was really pleased with him. I did take him out of the case. We had a couple of others that we're keeping in the case, but
I saw yes.
I
can
had to sort of
understand.
take him out of the case.
Well, the I've got most of mine on stands. I got the stands from Eagle Moss as well, and I've got a lot of them on stands. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the stands, which you get 10 figures per stand. So, and I've got a few other ones that I couldn't get on the stands, but I ain't taking them out the box. So let's look at the next one,
There's certain
which
things.
I
Right.
am so jealous of.
Okay.
At least 6 of them.
I will say one thing. The Tom one is something we already had, and I bought that for Darren a couple of years ago for Christmas, and I had to hunt for that one because it's a very good sculpt. And it was I researched it, and I was reading people commenting on the Tom one, that particular model because it was such a nice sculpt, and I finally got it. But obviously, that has never been opened. We just keep that pristine in the box.
Yeah.
If you on the left hand side, that was from me to Darren for Christmas, and that one I got off Eagle Moss, and that's the first 4 doctors, and those are lovely sculpts as well. I don't know if you can zoom in to see it, but I was really pleased with those. Again, we haven't opened the box yet. We've just sort of kept it in there for now. Because there is more in the box. Apparently there's like a little insert or a poster or something in the box, but they are really decent sculpts. And I like Tom's. They captured each doctor's very well known sort of mannerism. With so Hartnell with his hand on his lapel, you know, Pertwee stance, Tom stance, Patrick. So they've done a really nice job on that. A little bit further to the right in that same photo is that statue there is Scaroth. and that's from the TV and movie store as well. And I believe, I mean, they were all from the same shelf, really. So that we got after Christmas with some Christmas money, and that was, I think that's Eagle Moss as well. The console on the right-hand side, we've turned the box around because it has the new Doctor Who logo, which we both despise, and we don't want to look
Yeah.
at it. So
Yeah,
we turn the box
unfortunately.
around.
And the box, has your box got them? My boxes have got them. But the console looks absolutely super.
Yeah, that's the first Doctor's console, and it's lovely. We did open it carefully, and we did look at it and really just appreciate it, but we put it all back inside the box. And that was something I bought for Darren for Christmas. And then the last thing was up above that is the Parliament of the Daleks, I believe, from Matt Smith's era.
Yeah.
And Darren's been after that for a while. So I found that on, that's all from Eagle Moss, all that. And the other, so we got, what was the other one? We thought we got another one as well.
No, the only ones, hold on, are that and that. That was the only two it came through, or 3 pictures it came through. So
Okay.
let's see. I'll double check to make sure I've not missed any.
Maybe. It was just one that I really enjoyed. It's just for a bit of a laugh. No, I didn't send it to you. My bad. Hold on. It's just very quick. I'll send this to you now. And if somebody else wants to start to talk about theirs, then I'll send this to you, and then you can bring it up after.
Right. What we'll do is I'll shove my camera back on. I'm going to go solo screen just for a wee second.
Sure.
Because when that's the only one I've got.
Oh, that's a universal. Oh, that's nice. Oh, he's got a slightly different face, doesn't he?
He has. There's a series of 4, and I want to get the other 3. So I do. So the creature from the Black Lagoon, there's Dracula, there's the Bride of Frankenstein, and there's Frankenstein. I want to get those other 3.
Yeah,
and
very
that's
cool.
the only one I've got. I want it, but yours far makes mine look like it looks like a kid's toy.
No, those are all nice.
And that's the one you're talking about as well.
Yeah, that's the one. That's Eagle Moss. Yeah.
Yep.
I can tell by the stand as well. It's
However, you need to actually bear with me. I'm trying to be very gentle with this, because this is the first. This is the classic Doctors and a couple of classic monsters.
Oh, nice.
As you can see, the Masters back there, Delgado.
I would love to get a Delgado. That's the one of Tom, and there's the other Master, from the Deadly Assassin.
Yeah. So there's that thing, mate. And
very nice, PJ.
Very, very nice.
To finish it off, obviously, I need to put Tom back on this. This has got a couple of extras on it, but I'll put Peter Capaldi back. And
the new Doctor, it's lovely.
I like the stand as well.
Look who's standing there.
And Rassilon.
No.
Oh yes, the definite article.
Yes,
the first.
That is the first, but it's the mold is slightly different. Whoops! It's just
correct me if I'm misremembering. It's that the Weeping Angel at the back of it.
That was a Weeping Angel as well. There's a difference.
You see, I do know Doctor Who stuff ish.
So who does that?
Oh wait a second, that one is from.
Yes,
that's from.
The Day of the Doctor.
Day of the Doctor, yes, I can tell.
Like that. So basically, that is, David.
Yes, that's what's his name? David. I know
Bradley.
what you mean.
Bradley.
David Bradley. Yeah.
So that's the David Bradley one.
It's lovely though.
That's the original character. So they're on different stands because of that. So he gets on with the new stuff rather than the older stuff.
Very nice. I've sent that photo through now, PJ. Yep. I don't know if it's come through.
Just need to move this out the way. And right. Oh wow! I can see that. I can see it. Oh wow! I can see it. Wow, because I can see it and they can't. Just put my headphones on.
Hey, you're gonna be a grandpa in less than 3 months.
Yes.
You have the right to say, "Ooh, wow."
Wow. But I'm actually saying, oh wow, definitely here it's here. Sorry, I messed that up, didn't I? Why did it?
I'm gonna feel so underwhelming presenting what I have. I did bring something out that I've been working over
Yeah, that's
over
there. Look
Christmas.
at
Okay. Yeah, this is the one. This is the Migo, the newer line of the Migo anniversary editions or whatever they're called. They've got like the holographic sticker on them.
Yep.
This is a glow in the dark Nosferatu.
That is
Um,
superb.
and I'm a massive vampire, a genre fan, but particularly Nosferatu. I love everything to do with it. And it broke my heart to break that seal on the card to take him out of there. I was just like, should I do it? Should I do it? But I thought, no, I need him. I need him next to me when I'm
Yeah.
working by my
Well,
computer. So
that's what my
he's
son-in-law
out.
said. He
Yeah.
says that's the difference because he says he was watching one of my videos. It was the one I was opening my Godzilla, and he says that's really weird. I thought you were a collector. I says no, I'm a fan. I says some of them will stay in the box because there's so many wee bits. He says,
Mm.
but no, the stuff comes out because I want it. I
Yeah.
don't want to collect it. I want it. I says some of them stay in the box just for the simple fact it's convenience because I don't have shelving space. So if they're in the box, I can
Mhm.
hang them up. I says that's why a lot of stuff are still in the box just for space.
Some of our
However,
stuff stays in the box because we have cats.
yeah, but the thing is, things like that, opening it, it's to me is the same thing. It's a case of you like you like collection, but you also like you like it out in display. It's not a case of I'm keeping it in there because it'll be more value if I don't cut that. It's the fact is
I never
you
go
want
for
it in your
that.
hands. You want it in your hands.
Well, like I've got Admiral Akbar and I've got
It's a
Khan,
trap.
but I haven't taken them out of the. I can't take those off the card. I'm just too freaked out doing it.
Yeah.
But that one, I just wanted him. Like Gary's got usually has Q on his microphone. I know he's
Yes.
moved Q back now to the back part of the
I
office. But
used to have one in there as well, but she kept falling off, and I had
if
to
I
move
had a
her.
channel, I would definitely have Nosferatu on my microphone.
Well,
Absolutely
that's who I
love it. I
That's who
haven't
I
I
used
haven't
to have
checked
in
him
my
out in the
mic.
dark yet either. See
Yeah,
if he
that's who I
glows.
used to have in my mic.
Oh yeah.
Edna.
Edna, yeah. But she
Yeah.
kept falling off, so she would fit in, but any time my mic moved,
Duct
she would
tape.
fall out. So I didn't want to glue her, so I ended up putting her down on the shelf. Because she's got hands that she would grip, but it would slide because I kept fiddling about with my mic. So she goes beside him.
Nice.
So she
Oh,
does.
apologies for all of that stuff in one go, but it was sort of a combination of Christmas and then we had a little Christmas money, about 20 quid each, and we went into that film and movie store the other day and we just thought, oh, so I got my Nosferatu and then Darren got Scaroth and I think he just got the Scaroth this time. We were looking at Sutek as well, but we just didn't want to go too mental.
Yeah, I've got a load of the classic ones up the very top. I will dig them out just so you can see them, but I'll do that next week because
You need a
I've got too many
widescreen
things
camera.
lying around me and I don't want to knock something over. So I took stuff out. However, do you know what I bought with my Christmas money?
Go ahead.
A coffee machine.
I should do the same thing I did. And I did
Basically, I've got a Dolce Gusto coffee machine in the kitchen, and I like it that much. I've got one sitting over there. I bought the exact same one for my Christmas
I
money.
didn't get mine. Well, I did get mine. As both you and PJ knows, I had computer troubles. Both my hard drives died, and it was fairly pricey. I wish it happened before I bought it, but I got myself a Nintendo Switch. I got myself a food processor that does everything. Cooking, baking, masticating,
Master
juicing. It's basically it does everything. You still have to cook the stuff, but it does everything. And then I got myself a Nintendo Switch because they had a big promo going all your old games, which is spoiler alert. I will show some of them in a couple of minutes. And then my computer just burned to hell.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yes. So I'm really jealous of all the toys you've been showing, but I do have something I think may bring me back as the winner for this week.
Oh, go on.
But I will let
Who's going first?
continue.
Yeah, PJ.
What? Wait a minute. I'm actually trying to catch up where we were with the chat because I've lost where we were. So but I think I've missed a few because we've missed a lot and it's basically skipped. So this is the.
Have you actually had a spammer this evening?
No, we've not had any spam, but basically we're only an hour behind. We're an hour behind again, and anything older than an hour disappears off the top. So from the Resident Alien starting on the 22nd to there, I've missed. So sorry.
Yeah, ping me on Twitter if you think your message got lost or it was something you wanted to say.
Yeah. So.
Oh, that was the Dwayne thing.
The Dwayne Bibley, yes. I think they did. They definitely they knew that. So I'll catch up. So what's that? Cadfael book since you just I think I know about this just because of the name of the person, or because of the name of the person.
Because it's on screen, and because
I used to slag my nephew that he couldn't write a book because he was backwards. Yeah. He was Peter Ellis.
I will just say this to Colin: if you're still on the chat and on the stream, ping me that on Discord, the Catful books, just in case. You see, I just snooze out of the straight male gaze.
Sorry, well, sorry, I don't know if I class as a straight male gaze because I basically look sideways. Is that
I'm cross-eyed.
Aye. But the dogs are sleeping now, so I can relax.
Oh.
The two of them are actually one sitting there. However, right, do you want me to start with? You want me to start with my?
Yes, you go ahead, PJ.
I'll start with this. I'll show you the big one I picked up today.
I can't wait to see this.
The only thing is, I was a wee bit disappointed. Whoever handed it into the charity shop couldn't find the lid.
Oh.
What is it?
Friends?
Oh, Scrubs.
Season
I still haven't seen that.
And no
Dr.
box
Cox
set,
is my
no
favorite.
box top. Season 1 to 7. The DVDs are all in perfect condition. The box are a wee bit bashed around, but no lid. But it was still worth it.
But the content
normally
is there.
They're about £2-3 per season. And I got a lot of them for £6.
I would not care because Dr. Cox is the one I like. It's
well,
like you wasted the last 7 years of American football statistics and everything with your 5-minute gibberish.
Yep.
Go away.
But 9 seasons they did of this. This is the first 7. I want to get season 8 and I'll be happy. I don't need season 9 because season 9 was rubbish. So that was my big buy for today. There is a couple of things, but they're separate, so I'm going to have to put this down so I don't drop it in the dog. All right. And so that was when I was very happy. There is another one, but that's for next week. Classic. The Hills Are Alive with the sound of "Get off my house, you wee bugger."
Yeah, that's definitely a classic. Yep. Good to have in the library.
Yes, I had definitely. So decent. Condition. There's one or two. There's a wee ding in it, but it's nothing major.
No, it looks pretty decent.
Really, the box is there to actually keep the DVDs perfect. So the DVDs perfect condition. box is a wee bit other one.
It still
So-
looks like a good box, though.
It was,
Oh, yes. I do love Steve Martin.
yeah,
I've
that's
liked
what
him
I'm
in
saying.
everything I've seen him in, but
Bilko, don't watch.
no. And also Poirot, no thank you.
No, I saw that.
No, thank you.
Didn't like that
I
one at
wouldn't
all.
even watch it.
Three Amigos.
Oh,
It
yeah,
was
that's a brilliant one.
fantastic.
Yep.
Martin
That's a
Short and
brilliant one.
Chevy Chase. Come on, that was just perfect.
Planes, Trains.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
Teenage
which one
Mutant
is
Ninja
this?
Turtles.
Yep.
No, you
Hero
can't say
and a half shell.
you can't say ninja
Cowabunga.
here in UK. That's a banned word. That's why it wasn't allowed to be showed here. You had to
What's that?
change ninja to heroes.
Really?
Yes, because nunchucks that you smack yourself in the face with was considered too ninja, too bad. Literally, go Google this. If you wielded a nunchuck, you were considered too dangerous for the British public. I don't
Really?
know why, but they considered it too bad. That's why TMNT had to be redubbed in UK to TM.
Well, that's
HT.
fascinating. I never knew that.
Aye, yeah.
Just
That's why
go
basically
Google
the
it.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles became the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
Yep.
That's
And the last one for this week is an old one.
Oh, the Relic Hunter with
Oh,
the
awesome.
longest intro ever to a TV show. It's like 12 minutes long.
There's only 2 episodes on this one, so there is the Buddha's Bowl and Transformation. So
Tia
look
Carrera
forward to
as
that,
well.
because I've not seen that for a while. But yeah, it's in the same vein of the Librarians, and I think they did a
Yes.
crossover with the Relic Hunter and the
Crossover, yeah.
Librarians.
I've not actually.
It's good entertaining, but you have the longest intro there ever is, presenting all the characters and everything. It's I exaggerated when I said 12 minutes, but it's probably 5 or 6 minutes long.
Yep.
That's
It's
long enough. Yeah.
really, really long, and the rest of the episode is only like 40 minutes.
I remember Tia Carrera from Wayne's World.
Yeah, she's been in a few
Babylicious.
things. She's been in a few things, and she actually a lot of the stuff she's been in, she's played a really good, fun character. And she's played like the boss, but it's almost a case of
She's fun.
overplays it, and it's such a
Yes.
fun out there character. I think she's actually that's why I liked Relic Hunter, because you wouldn't know what she was going to do from time to time based on all the other stuff she's done. Because
She's a comedian undercover.
Is she going to be
Yeah.
dark or whatever? But I think so.
And
Don't
I
be
think
afraid
she's
of
a
the dark.
comedian undercover, but she's trying to hit that little bit more serious drama stride. But she's a
Yes,
comedian
with
undercover.
Relic Hunter, she was more of a Lara Croft, and she tried to play it like that. But I think it was still, she had her own personality. It wasn't a clone of Lara Croft.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just actually going through. So that's my pick of the week. And well, since we were going through pick of the collections earlier, I'll go with my Howard Wolowitz.
Very nice. Yes, very good.
That is very apt, since I'm the last on the show.
Yep. So you do your, and while you're doing that, I'll flick through, catch up with maybe. Okay.
So he was going the classic
Excuse
Nintendo
me.
Entertainment System from 1984, if my memory serves me correctly. And I had a little bit of, shall we say, budgetary issues. My computer burned to flames. I bought myself some Christmas presents and everything, and ouch, it cost. But I did get myself a new toy
Oh, go on then.
that is playing Nintendo Switch games. And I decided to
Ooh.
revisit
Zelda.
The Legend of Zelda. I've never. My daughter
I've
used
never
to play it.
played
I used
it,
to
but-
see it. I used to watch it. Never played
Yeah.
it. My daughters used to play it.
But it's been
This
around
is
for
the new one.
ages, hasn't it?
This is the new one, but this is something I played on my Game Boy back in the 1980s.
Wow.
And they remade it, but they kept all of the stuff, the troubleshooting, the way you have to find out for yourself how to get everywhere, what you need to do, how you need to resolve it. And I will say they have managed to add a level of cuteness.
Mm.
I don't know. It's just like he's more charming
Yes.
when he has trouble, so he can't do that. And there is like cute noise, and it's like struggle. It feels so much more in there. But they saved. I'm about 90% through this game at the moment. I bought it about 2 months ago.
Wow.
Wait, not two. Where are we? 8th of January, 20th of December. So three
Not
and a
that
half.
long ago. Yeah.
But it's just so lovely, and they have all the original cheekiness of it, which has been just absolutely amazing to revisit, despite that I had to work for Christmas. But since you guys have been showing off models, I
Oh,
cannot be worse. I have to show off something. So I do apologize if I'm sounding far away, because I'm moving my microphone out of the way, because this is big.
ooh, intriguing.
And I hope it
Oh
doesn't
my
crash.
Nice to finish
God!
'em.
You finished it.
It's not
That is
finished yet.
gorgeous.
Still need to connect the cables so it does have the electricity.
That is awesome.
It
That is
definitely
really
is.
beautiful. That is just looking so
Did you
good.
record it bit by bit as you were building it, so you could time lapse
No,
it?
no, I didn't. And as you can see,
Something
pieces
coming
are
off.
still falling off because it's not properly glued on yet.
You've
But
come quite far with it, though.
Yep.
yes,
Since
but
the last time I saw it, you didn't have the sails or the masts on it, and you didn't have the ribbing round the side. You had the hull done,
Yeah,
but
it's just
superb.
really nice. I love the detailing on it.
Yeah, looks
I
amazing.
My
have
dad would have
about
loved that.
I have about another 120 pieces, and believe it or not, another 120 pieces to connect
Wow.
to this.
What a wonderfully meditative project, though. I love things like that.
It looks amazing, so it does.
It does. It's been a fun project. It's still in progress, but since you were showing your models, I kind of
Very
have
nice.
to. All I have to show you is video games from the 1980s.
That's fine. That was very good.
Yep, definitely.
So,
But
We either
wow,
have nothing or we have a whole haul.
yes. Well, the thing is, I've got another 4. Well, I've got another 2 weeks worth sitting there. Because I did get a nice haul, and I did have a haul just before Christmas, which was meant to last us the 2 weeks. But with me being down with the lurgy, I decided just put
Yeah.
them aside. But I still was out today.
well, when you're done with
Kelly
the
Inch,
Lurgy, you have
that's the
plenty
thing.
of time to catch up with the TV shows, don't you?
Yeah, Kelly Inch, that was the one I was talking about. And as you said, you've seen it. But time signs is the thing. I've got time signs and all time teams. I love the time teams. And time signs, although it's very dated and it's you can see the bare start of time team. It's a good starting place. So definitely I would check out time signs if anybody's not seen it.
One of the models I want to get, and on the horror side of things, because I grew up reading horror comics, I used to love Vampirella, the original Vampirella horror comics. I would love
Yes.
to get a model of that
Yep.
Vampirella, not later ones, but like the original Frank Frazetta. I
Yep.
think Frank Frazetta drew her.
I think he did. I think I've seen a couple of
Isn't
ones.
she blooming at the blooming? She's like blowing up on Twitter and everything. So I suddenly start seeing tons.
She's sort of coming back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was Frazetta. I'll have to research that because Frazetta, excuse me, Frazetta's in my mind because I also love his artwork and I loved the creepy and the eerie covers that he used to do as well.
Right, I'll put that back. I just actually I clicked on the screen, so like me, I was messing around with the different.
Yes, he did. It was Frank Frazetta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I really love.
No, the Vampirella. I was never a great Vampirella fan because it was an American thing at first. We didn't see it. The Vampirella did the movies, so she would do that, and I never saw them until a lot later when they did start coming over. So when I was growing up, I didn't know about Vampirella, but later on when I saw her, basically I even saw the character and coming out the crypt.
Oh yeah,
introduced in the
fantastic.
movies and stuff like that. And
Freaking
then I saw some of the comics, but I've never actually read any. But I can understand why it was very popular because I've heard a lot about the stories and stuff like that.
I've just dropped a link in the private chat to something I found online called FrazettaGirls.com under
Vampirella
the
prints.
/products/Vampirella print. Honestly, I love Frazetta's work, but
Yeah.
his drawings of her were just so fantastic.
They are actually amazing. Although I don't think my wife would let me actually get one of those. Darren, you're lucky man. I don't want one, friend. She's the one that wants it.
I know. I just I grew up on Frazetta artwork and all the original horror comics, creepy and eerie and all them. And I just found one the other day on Pinterest that an image of one. I think I tweeted it the other day, which was a killer teddy bear, but it wasn't creepy or eerie. It was a totally different comic. And I couldn't ever remember the title of the comic, but I remembered that story. So yeah, I'd love to go back and get copies if they're still around, of all the original.
That would be the thing. There'd be so many things. If we had a time machine, what would you want to go back? There's so many things I would love to go just so I've got a copy. Not
save them.
I would buy that and then I could sell it for X amount. Like for instance, you've got the first Adventures of Batman, the Action Comics, and it goes for me. Would I want the first appearance of Batman? Yeah. Would I want the first appearance of Spider-Man? Yeah. Because I'm a big Spider-Man fan. I really like Superman, but I'm a big Spider-Man fan. So what would you get? What would you rather get? Some people would go back and go, I would want that because look how expensive it is now, and I would love to have that in my collection just to say I've got that. Well, that's not what I would think. I would want to actually have something I would want.
I would not want something because it's expensive or something to sell in the future. I want it for me.
No, I'm saying, but
something I hated about the recent spat in the Spider-Man universe was the Amazing Spider-Man 601 cover. It was one that I wanted to get for the longest time, but I just didn't get around to get to it. It used to be £3. Oh, yeah, I can get it anytime I want. Then some idiot just, oh, no. A woman cannot possibly sit like this. She cannot be this cute. She cannot be this. And suddenly it was £350 to get one original copy on Amazon. eBay. And give me a second. I will actually go and grab it. I'm just gonna run off and get it.
I do still have my Frazetta trading card set that I think I got at a convention decades ago. I'll have to break those out. I think they're in my in a box somewhere. Oh, yeah, that's fantastic. That is.
I've seen that one.
This comic book plastic, as you can see, unwrapped. Well, I'm touching a little bit, so some oxygen might have slipped in. No, I'm not going to sell it. This is for me.
Mhm.
But £385 to buy this comic book version when it used to be about £4 to get one.
Right, do you know, I want to go back. I want to get the first issue of Judge 2000 AD. And do you know why? Because first issue was the one I missed. Because it was out on a Wednesday. I think it came out on a Wednesday or a Thursday. And by the time I got out of school and got over, it was gone. The only reason I got issue 2, 3, and 4 was, well, issue 2 was my brother-in-law was over and he saw it and he had heard me moaning about missing the comic and he picked it up and it was just because he was on his way to work and gave me when he got in. And he says, I've booked it for you, so the woman will have it for you from then on. So he'd actually done that, which I never even thought about doing that because he obviously used to collect other magazines and stuff like that, that he had actually had an order in, so he knew he could do it. I was too young, I was, what, 12? Didn't think about things like that. I missed issue 1 of 2000 AD. I would love to get it, just for the simple fact is I never got to read it hard copy. I got to read it digitally years later, but I never got it in hard copy, and I was gutted. So that's what I would want, 2000 AD issue 1, just because I never saw it in hard copy. And I had issues 2 to 100 at my ex throughout. So those ones I'm not as bothered about because I did have them in hard copy and I have read them. Although I've got them digitally and I've got the complete collection type things with the stories in it. But issue 1 I never got to read hard copy. So I would do that. And Kelly Inch, yes, Get Smart with Don Estelle. I loved Get Smart.
Wasn't on Estelle. It was
Don.
Oh, my brain.
Don. It's not Don Warren.
No.
It's
Oh my God, my brain.
Don something or other. I can't remember.
Kelly will remember.
Yep.
What is wrong with my
I
brain?
loved Get Smart, yes. I loved it. I didn't like the remake movie with the 40-year-old virgin in it.
Not interested.
Not
No,
interested.
not interested at all in any remakes. But I just love the doors, all the doors shutting, all the different types of doors.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
Hold on, I'll get a shoe. Yep. See, the thing is, McHale's Navy I never saw initially, but somebody had actually recommended it to me, and I got, and they gave me a video of it. They brought over from the States, and I'd seen it, so I got copies of a lot of it. But they did a remake of McHale's Navy with Bruce Campbell in it. That was the first time I really got into it in a bigger way, because I thought the Navy, even though it's got Bruce Campbell in it, that's why I watched it. I didn't think it was going to be as good. It was okay. It wasn't bad. Wasn't as good as the McHale Navy with Ernest Borgnine, but that's what got me into rewatching all McHale's Navy. So it was the Bruce Campbell movie, although he was only a wee bit part in it. And yes, we went to comic book conventions, not cons. I hate cons.
Yeah, they were cool conventions back in the day.
Yep.
Right, so let's...
Okay, so get some in. I've got get some in, and I'll tell you. Give me 2 seconds. Where's my DVD list? I need to bring this DVD list up.
I'll give you 2 seconds.
TV,
but I will give you this because I put the ship down that I was building. It accidentally knocked my PlayStation, which is also my home cinema entertainment system, and it spit out the DVD. I'm ready to see what the DVD was.
Right, okay.
Go on.
I haven't seen this in years.
Wild Hogs.
Oh, because I
Wild
haven't seen
hog.
that.
I was a wild hog, so I was. I had my Harley. I was a wild hog. I used to ride my
Oh,
bike
yeah.
when that was out.
I love a Harley.
Yeah.
Nothing like a Harley.
Yeah, I had a Harley Sportster with a teardrop tank. I got the one
Yeah,
with the
I
teardrop
haven't
rather than the
seen
wee
it
tank.
in
The wee
years,
tank.
but it was what I was supposed to watch the last time I
Yeah.
put on the home cinema system.
Do you want a wee bit of silly fun? See how Collins mentioned RAF gets him in? I've watched it a number of times. Robert Lindsay was in it. It was one of his it was before Citizen Smith. And what was it? It's time for national service, lads. Is it Addison? It's time to get on with it and get Sam in. And that's what it was. It was basically the RAF. And that was
Oh,
part of
that's
his.
wasn't that? Yeah, that's Bruce Campbell. Yeah, that's from. That sounded like the song from one of Bruce Campbell's.
You're thinking of Jack of
Jack,
Trades.
Jack of all trades.
It's
Yeah.
very similar, but the Get Some In was a 1970s.
Oh, right. Okay.
So it's,
Oh,
and it
very
is,
early.
it's got a very similar camber to it, but the Bruce
It
Campbell one
does.
is hilarious as well. Jack
Oh,
of
I
all
love
trades,
it.
it is.
I
We
love
need
it.
to do one of those as well because I love Jack of all trades, Biscoe County, and everything.
We'll have
Just-
to do a Bruce Campbell stream. Yeah.
Yes, we'll do one. We'll do a generic Bruce Campbell because that gives me an opportunity to watch them all again. Because
Yeah.
I've got All the Evil Dead. I've got My Name Is Bruce. I've got Bubba Hotep. I've got
We have the spreadsheet
Or
now, so we
Notice.
know what we can put in.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I've
a
got
good
Burn
point, Jim.
Notice
Yes,
as
we'll
well,
add
and
stuff to it.
I've got Briscoe County Junior.
Oh,
I just love all Bruce Campbell stuff.
yep.
And I'm still
Yeah,
on
same
the
here.
hunt for some of his older stuff, like what was it? Robocop, Robocop, or something like that. He played one. He was up against an electronic cop. So there is a few out there I've still no got, and I'm still looking for. The phone in the shoe was just me. Yeah, and I knew it was written by Mel Brooks and Buck Henry. I wasn't aware of that. I loved Soap with the Tates and the Campbell.
Yes, I loved Soap.
Taxi with Jim the Preacher. But
It wasn't me.
Danny DeVito. That was just fun. I watched that last year, so I did watch that all the way through. Cheers as well. Roseanne, I loved the early Roseanne. The last one where it was all a dream. No interest in it. Just basically, it should have finished earlier. And yeah, I know Tazzy was meant to be Taxi. Unless it was a 1943 movie and it was from Germany, I just assumed it was Taxi. There's a lot of 60s stuff was better, so it was. And yeah, we only had 2 channels. I watched F Troop, Get Smart, Hogan's Heroes, McHale Naval. They were all great.
Yep.
I'll need to check out, and I'm sure it's Amazon Prime, but I'll double check and I'll get back to you if I'll post it when I find out. But I'm sure it's Amazon Prime. I can't check it while I'm online because you have to switch my VPN off, and it messes things around. Yeah, Disaster. Definitely, you need to check that. Oh, sorry, Airlines. Think we had F Troop Heroes, but we didn't know about the other 2. Have a look. Yeah, Get Smart definitely is fun. Get Smart made fun of the Cold War. It did. You also had Agent 66.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you also had the agent who was always in all the boxes and stuff like that. It only, and you see the bit of face sticking out of all the cupboards and stuff like that. I can't even remember that agent number. Agent 49 or something like that. You only saw parts of them each time. And it was the War in the Pacific because it was the Japanese, but sometimes you get the Germans and stuff like that. And they would do the fake German and the Chinese accent. It was the Japanese accents. It
Oh,
was
yeah.
things you couldn't get away with now.
No.
Yep. Definitely it was a spy spoof, but yes. Hey, That's okay.
We
I don't
never
mind
talk
people
about
behind my
you,
back.
about you behind your back.
See,
We
the way
wait
I look
until
at
you're
it,
online.
I'm too much of a narcissist to get bothered when somebody talks about me. It doesn't matter if it's to my face or behind my back.
Well, as I said, we always wait until you're online.
Yeah. I'm just actually trying to catch up. We're only at 10:37, so we're only 40 minutes, sorry, 50 minutes behind. So we're catching up.
Chat is always on fire, and
Yeah.
I do
See,
appreciate.
I've got a Godzilla monster, and I want a Frankenstein monster, and I want a Dracula. Also want the Bride of Frankenstein as well. I want the classics. That's what I was looking for. And then when I came across that Creature from the Black Lagoon, first thing I said is, "Have you got the other three?" And he says, "No, we only get one at a time. They're fairly new out, so I've got the card." And the guy said he would phone me when they get new ones in. But it's down in Port Patrick, so it's quite a wee distance away. A 2 hour trip there and a 2 hour trip back. But it just means we go for an overnight because it's a nice place, Port Patrick.
You see, I do love the models. I do like the ones where you build it yourself. But even though I
Yeah.
showed you the ship today, I probably got another 4 weeks before I built it completely. I got another 120 parts to try and attach to this thing. And
See,
it's a
we're
beast.
talking about
You
numbers.
saw how big it was.
Kelly, you could actually square that and then square it again and then square it again. And basically, those numbers are no large enough because according to the new BBC, they could be thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, for all you know, because there's no number. Because that's why. There's no such thing as 12, 14 now. It's basically millions. And that's what ruined it for a lot of people. Glad I didn't see it because I think it would have ruined it after the way Wheel of Time did it with me. I thought it couldn't work.
Look at disaster. He wants your Tom figure.
I don't blame him. The Tom figure is superb. So, yeah,
Oh yeah, that I know.
it's just
That
so
is
iconic.
stunning. I think that's the same pose. That is the same pose of the
It
one
is.
in the set that we got. So it's probably that same
Yeah, it's the
figure because it's all the Eagle Moss ones.
Yeah,
They just happen to be in the box.
yeah. Because I
But
got the first one, remember, with the
yeah,
companions for the
Yep.
first set, which is just sitting up there. And I think it's a very similar set to what you got. I'll just dig it out.
yeah. We like I say, we're leaving things in the box, not so much from a collector's point of view per se, but more so just to protect them. Yeah, that's so good. That's gorgeous.
And the good thing is that Tom, the William Hartnell, is actually William Hartnell. It's not David Bradbury.
Yes.
You can see it's although he's got the hat on, it's a completely different.
It's the actual Hartnell version.
It's the
Yeah.
Hartnell one. So yeah, I've got that one, and that's not coming out the box.
Well, yeah, you would
It's
hope
got
that
me.
would definitely need to be the
So to
original
me,
Hartnell.
I think it's a similar set, but I think I see what you mean because look, it's got the Doctor, the crappy logo there.
Yeah, the thing with the console, the way the box is set for it,
Yeah,
it's got that new logo right splashed right across the
Right, I
front. So
know.
we turned it round.
Whereas this one's only got it there, so at least you can hide it. And it actually the front of the boxes, because it's got the TARDIS at the top, it actually works. So it does.
Yeah, well, that's it. As long as you don't show the
Eagle
top.
Moss Hero Collection.
Yeah. The one I really want from Eagle Moss is the Naimon. I want the Naimon statue because they're one of my favorite classic Doctor Who monsters.
I'm trying to think what ones I've got. See, these are the classic monsters I've got. There's a couple of them.
I don't think it was in stock. We tried to get it.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
I've
Careful.
just been trying to catch up with the chat, and it's been on.
I know.
So, thank you first and foremost, and I'm sorry if you sent the question to me and I haven't seen it. I do apologize for not being able to respond to it because
Yes,
Just
likewise. Let me just bring my screen up a bit.
All right, hold on.
Oh, you've got a sea devil.
Oh no! Look
Hold
at
on.
that.
And
Oh, that's
do that,
stunning.
but I'll put me.
No, not me. Not me.
Right, hold on. I need to move my glass so I
Mummy,
don't knock
yeah.
it over.
Pyramids of Mars. Yeah, Ice Warriors.
The mummy.
Yeah, yep, the mummy from
you've got
Pyramid.
It has a similar plate serving as to the doctors. So different, like
Sensorites, is that one of them?
Vervoid, Sensorite,
Yeah.
Sea Devil,
Yeah.
and
And is it
Cause
the
of Axos.
yeah, and is it the draconian dude in the back there?
Yes, he's a draconian. Sea Devil. The
That's not a swampy in the back, is it? Back left? What's that one?
that one there.
Yeah. I can't quite make him out.
yeah, he was a bit blurry.
Oh no, yeah.
no,
Because I
wait,
know everybody
that's
hates
the,
everybody hates on the Power of Kroll, but I absolutely love that episode.
It's a monoid.
Oh right, yeah, that's why
The monoid.
it was just the distance back in the background.
Right.
I couldn't quite make
Yeah.
out what it was.
So the monoid there, and we've obviously got the
Yes.
Ice Warrior.
Yes.
That's from Peladon. We've also got a couple of my favourites. These were always my favourite ones.
Yep. Pyramids
The
of
Mummy.
Mars.
Yeah, Pyramids of
Yeah.
Mars.
You need a suit tech.
I know. I have.
He's out there because he's in that TV and movie store where we are. And I'm sure
Yes.
that means he must be available on the Eagle Moss site. He's beautiful. We did look at him in the store, and the detailing on him is brilliant.
I've got 3 Sensorite, so I have. So I've got Sensorite there, I've got Sensorite over there, and I've got 2 actually in a box set there. I do like the Sensorite as well. What else have I got? I got a load of Daleks, and I've got a couple of robots.
We love our Daleks as well. We've got Daleks coming out our ears here. Oh my God. Yes.
Yep. So that is the Quark.
Yep.
It's not going to try and sell you anything for any Latinum, but it's a different Quark. See, we had Quark before Star Trek. I'll put there, and I've got a load of the new stuff as well, but I've got some classic.
Oh,
Omega.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So there is some really nice models I've got, and the UMO stuff is superb.
Yeah, brilliant.
But I've got some of the new stuff. That's why I stopped, because they kept sending me stuff that I had no interest in. The new I would say crap, but I meant to say the new stuff, because some of them were nice, but most of them were just monsters, and they were forgettable. So I didn't really bother about them. So I stopped my collection, and I just decided just to purchase the ones that I liked. But as you said, there's a lot of the times they're not available to get. The Daleks in Manhattan, that's the one with the human Daleks?
Yeah, that didn't do it for me. I was just like, I couldn't get into them.
The
well,
Cult
I'm
of
just
Scarrow.
wondering how far behind chat are we? Because I'm trying.
Well, this one here is 10:40, and it's over 40 minutes. So just catching up.
Don't worry, chat. We're getting to you. We see you.
Yeah, if you take all the figures out of the box, but sometimes you've not got space for all the figures, so having to keep them in the box.
That's our problem as well.
Yeah.
We haven't got the space.
I'm blaming the both of you. Well, the three of you. Darren, I know you're listening in the background. You may have pretended to go to sleep, but every time I do one of these streams, suddenly it's like I have all my toys and DVDs and box sets. Like it's just spread out, and I wake up tomorrow morning and just going, "Why did I do this?" So
yeah,
I blame you.
That's
guys.
the episode. they did Dwayne Dibley twice, remember? But yeah, that was the episode where it was the Better Than Life. Sorry, it was when they came out. It was the Total Immersion game, Better Than Life. They'd come out of, and that's what it was. That's where the
Oh,
Despair Squad.
yeah.
It was a Despair Squad. So it was. That was that episode.
It wasn't Dwayne Wibbly,
Dwayne Dibley.
main guy. Um, we realize he's a loser and not a loser, but
Yes, he was sort of.
yeah. So
Is that what you mean? Like what?
Go ahead, Gwen.
I was just getting an idea of what you were asking in terms of the Dwayne Dibley character.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, he was a cool character played by a dweeby character. So in the game, he was the cat.
Okay.
In real life, he was meant to be the dweeby character. He had no cool, and he wore nylon and stuff like that. And that was because the Despair Squad took all of them and made them as sad as possible. It's Scrubs. See, Colin, if you get into Scrubs, it's 9 seasons, but the final season is rubbish. It builds up quite well, and they actually play on some of the stereotypes and how people would perceive it. Like the two best friends are a white guy and a black guy, and they discuss certain things, and it's good because they discuss it. Because it says, even if we're alone and you know what I'm like, and it's not appropriate for you to say that. Good to know and stuff like that. And then, but you get episodes where the two of them come in dressed as pimps, and they play up to certain characteristics from each of them, and it's all a lot of the things that you see happening are in JD's head. And
yeah, but
it's fun. It is a fun program, and Cox is definitely the best.
Current mythology, before 48 hours ago, it was never a white guy and a black guy being friends or trying to solve a problem. Same with a white woman and a black woman, never trying to solve a problem before.
Yeah.
And here we're talking about something happening when we were, well, not teenagers, but closer to teenagers than we are closer to retirement.
So that was years ago. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that because of where it was filmed. I'm aware of that because of where it was filmed. The thing is, they actually taken the route they did in the film. They were apparently close to Berchtesgaden. Yeah, I've seen the documentary about the Sound of Music. It's true. The original Father of the Bride was fantastic. Spencer Tracy was superb in it. But
not saying, Kellage, that you might be old, but you had to have a certain amount of experience to have been aware of that existence.
Relic Hunter, that I think I'll need to start calling my wife that every time she's looking for me and I'm not in my room.
No, but that was a really good shout out.
Wizards and Warriors.
See the new one, not the old.
I've never even heard the Wizards and Warriors. I need to look out for that one.
Wizard and Warriors. That must be 80-ish something. I remember the one was overshining it, and it had Rutger Hauer doing some sword and sorcery at the same time.
He-Man.
No, not He-Man.
It wasn't Krull.
No, not Krull. It was a different one. He was actually a really evil guy in this thing, if I remember correctly. And it was sort of that era. I might be off because I'm getting old and senile, sadly.
For my Christmas, I got 2 Doctor Who DVDs. One of them was to replace the old one I had. I had an old one of the 5 Doctors. My sister got as the new one with the to match the rest of my collection, which was perfect. And she got me the Day of the Doctor as well. Still in the package. I've not watched that yet. I will watch it just because I got it as a gift.
Well, you see, I'm getting more and more enticed in getting into the Doctor because I kind of set it as my goal this year to try and actually get through all of them. Not recommendation order, chronological order. This was released this date. This is how you were supposed to watch it.
Oh, do you want to see one DVD box set I got? I wasn't going to show this, but sorry, I meant to show this. This I got, and this is my prize one for today. I got it with the Scrubs one. Hold on.
All right, bring it on.
It cost me. This is all Blu-rays, right? And normally Blu-rays, cheap Blu-rays are £2 each. I got this whole box set for £3. No, sorry, £5. So in effect, £1 a disc. It's 5-disc box set, Blu-ray.
Dun, 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 dun,
5-film collection. It has got Superman the movie, Superman 2, Superman 3, Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, and Superman Returns. So
I know people
on
hate
Blu-ray,
me for saying it, but the Richard Pryor one, I love that one. I know people hate the melting female evil villain.
yes,
But
it was a fun one. It was just it was a silly fun one, I thought. But I'm looking forward to rewatching this one.
Oh, absolutely.
Just because, remember what we were watching? And he was in it, and he played an evil person.
Which was that? So, sorry if I skipped a step here.
Right, remember who played Superman in Superman Returns?
Christopher Reeves?
No, Superman Returns. He played in...
Wait, who was between Christopher Reeves and Henry Cavill? There
It's
was
him.
one more between them, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Where is his name? Where's his name? Where's his name? Oh, see the writing on these things?
Brandon.
Yeah,
Um,
Singer. Yeah,
no, not
Brad
Singer.
Singer.
Brandon. Not.
I can't read this. This is tiny. I don't want to dig out my glasses. So
Brandon something, and I'm sure the chat. Brandon Ruth from Arch.
he has played other superheroes because he has played in Guardians of the Galaxy. What was the one with Arthur? He played the time ship guy. Legends of Tomorrow. Legends of Tomorrow. He played a character
did not
in
get
that.
into that.
Yeah, I think maybe he played a character in that, but he also played in what was I watching? Chuck. He was in Chuck. That's what it was. He was in Chuck. He played one of the guys in the later
Unless he
series
was a
of Chuck.
main character in Chuck, I do not recall.
No, he wasn't the main character. He was one of the other characters that come in later on. Because a lot of the people who have played in it, like he played Superman, but he also played in Legends of Tomorrow. And you've got the guy who played Chuck, Zach, whatever, played Shazam.
Not Quinto.
No.
Quinto was Spock and Hero.
But he played Shazam. So Zach.
Zachary Bell.
I can't remember off the top of my head, but in effect, so there was a few of them had played different characters, superheroes were in Chuck, went on to play superhero characters. So he's played it, and he was in Chuck. So that was where I thought, oh, I'll get that's in it. It's got the 5 movies. It's got his movie. where he plays, because Christopher Reeve obviously couldn't. And I thought, it's not a greatest movie, but it's seen a character that I've just sat and watched. My mum loved Foyle's War. She had every video of Foyle's War, so she did. I inherited them. They're in a box. I wouldn't get rid of them, but she gave me all of
I
her
bet she
Columbo.
did.
She gave me all her Columbo collection as well. When my mum passed, she basically knew I was into all that stuff, so she said if anything happened, I was to get all her discs, and
I'm
Oh,
going
got
to
her
need a
DVDs
couple
and
of
videos.
seconds, but I'm going to give this, and it's maybe for you, PJ, because I know you want to get back into My Name is Earl.
Yeah.
But holy hell, there are so many stars of today that I recognize now rewatching it. You have connections to everything that has been fairly good in the last couple of years, despite current year problematics. These are people that actually stood out, and there are so many of them that came through My Name is Earl.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm literally just sitting there just going, who's going to be the wrong guy? Who's going to be the person that needs help?
But that's the thing. Watching older stuff is great. You look at let's look at them. Well, look at them.
Sorry, my soundbite is too far away.
Yeah. And who played a wee bit part in that? Leonard Nimoy. He didn't even have a speaking part. He just walked across
that's
the
right. Played a soldier.
There's things like that, and you look at an old TV ad for Heinz tomato ketchup, filmed in the States. The guy puts the ketchup, and it's meant to be coming out so slow, and he lies it there, goes down all the way down, goes to a vendor and gets a hot dog, and he says, "Do you want any?" He goes, "It's got it covered," and he does that, and the slip of ketchup drops down right onto the hot dog, and he just goes. And who played that? Mark LeBlanc. Well before he was in Friends.
Yep.
You see what I mean? There's things like that pop up. I was watching Out of the Unknown, an old BBC thing, and there's Hannah Gordon was in it. Bill Teacher, who played Arthur in EastEnders. There is a few other characters in the back, no speaking, and I'm sitting there thinking, recognise him, recognise her, recognise, and it's that type of thing. I love doing that with old movies and stuff, seeing people that you hadn't. This is early on in their career, but
Yeah.
Wizards and Warriors, I need to actually check that out.
But something that stood out, and this is kind of revealing how far I am in. It's probably the 8th episode of season 1. Leonard from
Donna Stell,
The Big Bang Theory.
Played Lofty.
Leonard from The Big Bang Theory
Yeah.
is a golf pro that Earl Hickey has cheated. So Earl has to give him some of his life back.
Oh,
Yep.
And I'll just do it.
You look at the two characters from the very first season of The Big Bang Theory. They were Roseanne alumni.
Yeah.
And it was the two played the partners. They played boyfriend, girlfriend in Roseanne, and they played boyfriend, girlfriend in The Big Bang Theory.
Yep.
So it was, and that was Leonard and it wasn't Tricia or something like that, but
no,
it was Donna Stell. Yes, that was Lofty and Ain't Half Hot Mum. Thank you for the correction. But I still can't remember.
But I do like when there is that interconnectivity, but yet they manage to play a little bit separate, but still there is connectivity, and you can still separate the shows. you don't go, oh, you're just exactly the same character. You're just so. It is that, hey, you were there, and here you are. Wow, you're really great here. Which is probably why Big Bang Theory hooked me in. I recognized almost all of them. There was no surprises. I think I even saw the lady playing Bernadette, not live in New York, because she was a stand-up comedian before she became. But I definitely have a recollection of seeing some of that material before, and I'm thinking, oh, this is fairly okay. I actually kind of enjoy it. And then she became a main cast on Big Bang Theory, which is really, really amazing. And I think the only main character from, shall we say, the olden days that I remember that has the gravitas of having stepped through a lot of different things is Matt LeBlanc or Joey Tribbiani. He will probably forever be remembered as Joey Tribbiani, not for anything else he did play before or after. And I do, yeah, Archer is Melissa Roach.
Yes.
She has my weakness as a human male that prefers females of a certain stature, and yes, short ladies, especially with sharp-witted humor and intelligence, they definitely keep my interest. That way, I would say it's kind of unfair, but no. As I was saying with Joey LeBlanc, he had roles before and after. But for me, when it came out of Friends, it was it's not math. Who's the accountant guy?
What guy?
The accountant guy, the boring computer accountant guy, that ends up with Monica.
You talking about My Name is There was that the I mentioned it. I named him.
His name is completely gone, and he's the funniest guy on the show.
That was the one I mentioned. Basically, because the four of them were really good together. Udell
Yes,
and his brother. Yeah. And it
but
was
but
Darnell.
they went on to make Studio
Darnell, was it not?
60 on the Sunset Boulevard. And that was an amazing TV show about how to make TV news from the back room. And I really loved it. It only lasted for a season, I think, but it was really interesting, the politics and everything. And he starts dating this girl that is actually the lady in front of the camera, and he's going, I'm going to have to actually unbutton a few things and look a little bit prettier to the planet. And I don't want your jealousy getting in the way of it. Chandler, why is Colin on fire this evening? I know I can trust in the chat. So the guy that played Chandler is in Studio Sunset.
Yeah, basically the one that played Chandler was Matthew Perry.
Matthew Perry, yes, that's the guy. Amazing actor, and I love the fact that there is a very difference between the accountant that he's supposed to be in Friends, and then just after Friends, Studio 60 on Sunset Boulevard happens, where he's a TV set producer kind of thing, and he has to be more aggressive, more assertive, and there's a very big flip. But I think Matthew LeBlanc did a similar thing once he stepped off Friends and became kind of a serial killer in something.
Well,
And-
well,
and-
he actually became. He was in. He was in a couple of things. He was in the Queen's Men with. Oh, who was it? I picked up that DVD the other day as well. The Queen's Men with.
We're all getting old.
Oh, what's his
It's not
name?
that we're getting
Queen's
old,
Men.
it's that the people we love are just starting to be in
With-
so many things we love.
The comedian trans. And
Oh, Eddie Izzard.
Eddie
Eddie
Izzard.
Izzard.
Yeah, he was in the Queen's Men with Eddie Izzard. So he was that. I quite enjoyed that. That was really good. They all had to dress up as women, and that's where Eddie comes in and teaches them. But the Queen's Men. But he also was in Lost in Space, the movie.
Yes, he
Oh,
was.
yes.
Yeah.
So he was.
William Hurt and.
Yes. I
what's
didn't
the
get
name?
around to watching that because I was quite attached to the original.
Well, put it this way,
Um,
compared to the new TV show, that is classic, but it's nowhere near as good as the classic TV show.
Capital warning, beep, 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 and all that. Danger, Will Robinson, if you like. Season 1 and 2, watch them, ignore season 3.
Are you talking about the classic or the new stuff?
The new stuff.
Well,
One
in
and
that case,
two.
I disagree because I watched all season 1 and 2, and I thought Matt LeBlanc's Lost in Space was far superior, which
No,
wasn't anywhere near as good as the classic Lost in Space.
yeah, totally.
I'm just saying, I was curious about it.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
what did persuade me to watch
Mhm.
the new season, the new stuff, was the robot. Instead of being very static and going, Danger, Will Robinson, something's
Danger.
going on.
Robbie the Robot.
Yeah, this one is more autonomous, mobile,
Yes.
but has a will of its own. But now they kind of.
So
Oh, that's
Robbie the
interesting.
Robot from Lost in Space. Where did it originally come from? Where was it originally seen in,
Go on
shall
then.
we say? Forbidden Planet.
I was
No,
gonna
did it?
say, was it familiar? Yeah, because I think you
But
might
by
have
the
mentioned
way,
that
I'm
once
not
before.
running away. I'm running.
Basically, they invested so much on Robbie the Robot, they decided to keep him and write a series with a robot in it, so they could reuse him because they had spent a bit of cash on it. And Rebecca Gold, will there ever become a? Yeah, I think after the next woman, once if it goes up, and if they're going to if it starts going up, then they'll change it to a male, and it'll be as long as it's a British male, don't care. But after they do a female and the tick goes up, it has to start going up before they change. If it continues to go down, they'll just cancel it, and it'll be all our fault. But if it starts ticking up, then they'll change it to a male character, and it'll more likely be a black doctor.
I just hope it's not
And
too far gone. That's all.
I think it's
I'm
already too
speaking
far
as
gone,
the
unfortunately.
least knowledgeable when it comes to Doctor Who.
Yep.
But I do have a certain set of requirements. Despite him or her, or it, or there, or Xer, or they have to be of a certain British-ishness kind of character. I don't
It's
care if there is an Irish kind of twang to the accent,
Yep.
or Scottish, or Welsh,
Or
but it
Welsh,
has to
yes.
kind of be to the island.
See, that's the only thing I disagree with Rebecca Gold for that. It has to be a British male dude. Yes. The colour is irrelevant because as long as they're British thing. So that's the only thing. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a white male. It could be. I understand that aspect of it, but it's not as if you've got a 99.999% white population and it has to be male. So because the predominant, we have for a number of decades had a mixed group who are British? How many Indians, Pakistani, Chinese immigrants have come over here, North Korea or South Korean and stuff like that, and their families grew up and they're British. They're as British as the rest of us. You know what I mean? My family, I'm a third generation Scot, so that mean anybody with an Italian surname can't do it. You had Peter Capaldi. So how many generations has he been here? Same principle. Do you see what I mean? So if you can have a third generation or fourth generation Italian doing it, why can't you have a third generation or fourth generation black guy or Chinese guy or Indian guy doing it? As long as they're British, and that's the thing. That's the only. That's apart from that, everything else I agree with. Yeah.
Okay. Want to feel old?
Yes.
Billy Mooney is 67. He was in Lost in Space. Played the young lad in Lost in Space, didn't he?
Aye, Bill Mundy, who played Lanier in Babylon
Yeah,
5.
he's 67. It feels like yesterday we were watching him.
Yeah. So
Wait,
yes,
you're telling me Bill Mooney, Lanier, is younger than I am?
he looks 10 years younger than I am.
Well done.
Well, Colin says he
Bill
doesn't think he was.
Well done to him.
So
Really
what year was he born? Is he 67 or was he born in 67?
No. Bear with me. I'll just close the window.
Do share it.
Found it on Wiki, I think.
Brandon Roth was the guy. That was where it was.
What's we were talking about? Yeah.
Yes, he was born in 54.
54, so he's what?
He's 67 now.
He's 11
to this.
years older than I am. Looks 10 years younger, but he's 11 years older.
He looks younger than I do.
Thank you.
And
I like
and
that
I got the
vote of confidence.
youthful look.
Yes, Peter, he looks younger than you, but not only that, he looks younger than me. I get that. I got that. I understood that.
Oh, seriously. Well done to Bill
Oh, that's
Mooney.
weird. Yeah, I know.
It was the Atom in Legends of Tomorrow, yes, and he played that version of Superman. But that's the movies I've got, and that just because I was watching Chuck and he was in Chuck, and I thought, ooh, need to actually watch that again, even though it's not as good as the other ones, even though one is definitely the best, but the other ones are still entertaining. Christopher Reeves is Superman, so I was surprised they had this fifth movie in there, but Superman Returns, because it wasn't Christopher Reeve, but I was okay with that. And it was actually
to bring something back, and this is something I discovered quite recently. It's I work for a global company, and it is coming across people across the globe where you would expect a certain accent or not 100% fluent English, and I don't mean it as a negative to them, but they just surprise you so completely. But I was thinking of it quite frequently as I started rewatching Heroes, because I started rewatching it just over the Christmas holidays, and the guy that plays Sandil Ramamurthy. No, his name is Sandil Ramamurthy. He plays an Indian doctor. The TV show has him. He's never been outside of India before this, but he's the narrator of the TV show. And he does it in such eloquent, really well-managed speaking language and everything. And then you look up who the actor is, and it's like, oh yes, English opera, all the English institutions, he's gone up through them. he does it with such charismatic presence. It's just wow. You're actually hooked in by the way he can actually portray a story. So this is where I think it doesn't really matter where you were born or how you were treated or raised or anything. It's the way you can portray your front persona. And he does it really, really well. And I see that Matt LeBlanc is portrayed through several times here at the chat. I believe he's actually portrayed, even though we think of him as an Italian New Yorker, how you doing? He's not. He's been in military films, he's been in historical films, he's been in action films, he's been in drama films, he's been in romantic comedies, and he manages through his voice and command of language just portray a different level. And it takes a certain individual to go from everybody knows you as Joey. Oh, where's the lasagna? I will just scoop it up and going, how you doing? To
No. See, it's not how you doing. It's how you doing. Basically, you have to emphasize how you doing.
Exactly. But he has that capability of using language to uplift something that he probably isn't. It
Yeah.
would surprise me if we knew who he is as a real human being. You see, we walked up to him and met him on the street or in the shopping aisle and just, sorry, can I skip ahead? And he would just go, yeah, no problem. You would probably not hear
See,
any
there's
of
the
what you
difference. He would
hear.
say to me, he would say to you, no problem. He would say to Wendy, how you doing? Because he's Joey.
Well, let's face it, everybody, and apologies, Darren, everybody would probably say how you doing to it.
But yeah, I like a lot of the stuff he's in, and yeah, it wasn't a greatest movie, the thingy, but it wasn't as bad to me than the TV show. And there's Jedi Dick Sensei, um, Battlestar Galactica. Now we're talking classic. If you're talking classic, the new stuff, I never really get into it. I know a lot of people did. I liked bits and pieces of it, but exactly. I'm aware of it. I've got some parts of Battlestar Galactica, and I've got what was the other one? Cylon, the one the Cylons.
That's also
Was-
Battlestar Galactica, but
no, but it
you're
was it. No,
probably
no, there was a
referring to
spin-off.
V.
No, I've got V. There was a spin-off from Battlestar Galactica. It was about the Cylons.
Oh yeah, they
Before or
did
after.
Blood Chrome or something.
It was. I can't remember it. It was Caprica. It was all about the start of
Blood
it.
Chrome. There were a few films
Well,
spin-off
it was
as well.
Caprica, so it was a TV show. So I've got the season for that as well. But and they just didn't do anything for me. I could watch them; they weren't bad, but for me, it just didn't catch my interest. I did like Starbuck in it. I did like Adama, but the rest of them were just too generic. You know what I mean? Although Adama wasn't as good as the Lon Green Sadama, and Starbuck wasn't as good as
Almost Jones,
Dick
or whatever
Benedict's.
name was, that did Udama in the spin-off was actually quite good. He had gravitas. He didn't get the uplift he should have had, but when he said, "No, we're going here," that was literally you could feel there was command, there was presence behind him saying, "We're going here. There's no question. We're going here." that's what I really liked about his presence as a Dharma. The earlier series, calling something about 3 decades older, but it had command presence too, but he brought it in really well. As in, you felt you don't question him. We go here, we jump to this star, we do this, we do that.
Yeah.
He had that presence just going,
Yeah.
no, we're doing this. I've heard all your arguments. We're going here.
Colin, he did appear in Top Gear, the reboot. Still catching up with these, don't worry. We're only 15 minutes behind, so I'm trying to catch up, and then we can actually
that's a
start
new record.
winding down. Yes,
Oh, dear.
See, there's a lot of movies which do it right, where they have cameos of the original actors coming in and out. They
Yeah.
did it bad in Ghostbusters 2016, but you look at even the old Monsters one, when they actually did a new Monsters movie, they had the old monsters all sitting there sort of looking around as if to say, I recognise you. So all the characters that played Grandpa, the mum, Eddie, they were all there sitting in the restaurant where Herman was working, and you're a fine looking man and all that. And it was a nice play with it. And there's other ones where you see characters playing a different character. Like Starsky and Hutch, I didn't like the movie, but at the end, when the two of them get in the car and look over, and there's David Soam, Paul Michael Glazier, sort of dressed as in the two of them are looking at each other as if to say, "You guys," and it's a nice wee thing when they do things like that. I think is nice. Sometimes they do it in a way that the characters have got. There's no even a wee nod as if to say, "I know who you are meant to be. You're meant to be me." Like Ghostbusters 2016 was they just had the three characters and then killed them off and or did some. It was just cringy. Whereas in other things they've done it right, where it's just been a wee nod, even if it's just a case of he plays a postman walking past and says, "Do you know this guy?" Oh, it's you, as if to say, you know what I mean, that type of thing. And I like it when they actually have the wee nods to that. And Ghostbusters didn't do it. So I'm just catching up. Now, I'm sure the Robbie the Robot was the same Robbie. If you look at Forbidden Planet and Robbie the Robot, I'm sure it's the same one.
I think you mentioned that. Either you mentioned it or I've heard it before. I think it is.
I'm sure it
Have to
is.
go back and double
because
check.
I would need to actually double check the difference because I've got both. I've got the Lost in Space and I've got Forbidden Planet, so I can file the two of them up. I might do that tomorrow after Wheel of the Time watch, so I can put something to actually cheer me up.
Yay!
No. I will give it this. You watch one of these episodes and you catch up with 3 episodes of Cobra Kai season 4, and you will be right back in happy space.
See, I would need to actually watch Cobra Kai from season 1, and I've no interest in Cobra Kai. I don't know what it is. It's just the Karate Kid was never a favourite. I enjoyed it when I watched it, but I've never really get one that's actually been a big fan of it. And any time I watch it, I just think he cheated, and it just didn't actually do.
No. This is just what you said right now is why you should watch Cobra Kai. All of it is exactly why you should watch Cobra Kai.
But it's the fact
I
is,
will
I could
give
never
you
get
no
into it.
spoilers. You should watch it because of what you just said.
I can understand that, but it's the fact is that part always annoyed me. So the fact is the idea of watching a, a, from a program that I only watched it for one reason, and that was Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah.
care about the rest of the characters, Daniel or whatever. Didn't care about the rest of them. Mr. Miyagi thought was really
Again, and I'm still on the train. I would like you to watch it. I'm not telling you you have to, you should, you must, all this. I think if you watch it, there will be something there for you because of what you just said.
I understand that, but it's because I just could not get into the movie. The movie was never a big thing for me. The fact of going to watch the same characters, and that's it's the fact is it'd be like going to watch the similar characters from a program I thought was into something else. It's I just the idea of it just no. I just can't.
Right. This is what
Put it this way, if I run out of things to watch, I'll go and hunt for it.
This is what like a man. I'm strong. I'm masculine. I'm cis white gender. Blah blah blah. Season 4 had me crying through and through for nostalgic memories and everything. It is like really going in and digging deep into the emotions to my heart. And it's just go. It's like we're pulling this string, we're pulling that string, we're pulling this string, we're ripping this string out. Let's just go and say, could you stop? Could you kind of level out? But if you haven't caught, if you watch season 1, episode 1, that was it. You're probably not on the stage I am at, but they are. Again, I don't want to do the you need to watch, you should watch. This is have to watch.
I know, but
I understand.
I understand that, and I do not have issues with the recommendation. It's just the idea of watching something which I was never a great fan of continued on so many years later, and that's the part that it's that hurdle. I might actually nothing to watch, put a couple of episodes on and get right into it again. I am aware of that, but it's just the idea that well, I've got a big list on my to watch list. The idea of sliding that
So do
in,
we all.
and that's what I'm saying. The idea of thinking about sliding that in any of those slots, putting it on at the end of it, and then seeing if something else slides in front of it, because it's a lot of programs I've watched that it took me ages to get to, but when I got to them, I really liked them, but the idea sort of went, and
You see, my biggest regret, and I realized we're 9 days into 2022. Yeah, 2022. I just had to double check my clock. But we're 9 days into 2022, and my biggest regret is that I binge watched the season 4 of Cobra Kai. I would have loved to have had the discipline to save it for a little bit longer, because for me, it was that good.
That's brilliant. It's just great to hear people talking about it. I did enjoy the original film. I don't think I saw any of the sequels, if they made a few sequels of it, but it's definitely something I think I will definitely try and catch up with at some point. I don't know if it's going to be something we'll watch recently, like soon, but I think it definitely sounds great, and it's just so nice to hear people getting excited about it, and enjoying it.
I would get.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is. I don't have. See, it's one of those things. You imagine me talking about a program you thought was okay. There was interesting parts or not, but it was an okay movie. It's not something that you've got on your rewatch list. But when you watched it, you thought it was an okay movie. And I say, right, there's a new one that they made 20 years later, and it's got the same characters. They're just and then you would go, well, I remember a movie. Yeah, but I've got all this on my list. What do I want to take out to put something that was in? And that's the point I'm getting at. I might get to the point where it goes into I've run out of things to watch and I just can't be bothered finishing something. So there's a gap. So I might watch an episode and it might click, and then I might shove them all in. It's that aspect of it. It's trying to get the bit to slide it in.
May I give two options here?
Yes.
And it's not a
two.
challenge.
That's what I'm saying. I can get you can give Jim, Jim, you can give me two options. You can give me one, or you can give me two.
I realize that I understand
no.
the only one in the chat is going to get that this is not the good thing. It's going to be Colin. Everybody else is going to go, hey, this is Winston. But two options. When it comes to something that has managed to, in recent years, really drag emotion out of me, as in you literally feel these ghost claws coming into your chest and just like ripping everything out and just going, go for this. It's been Cobra Kai from season 1, 2 and 3. Yes, they did dip, but 4 came back and hit you like Mike Tyson biting your ear off. That kind of level bad. But I will give you another film, and I haven't put it on our shared list, and it's Odd Thomas.
Oh, yes. I've heard of that.
He will literally sucker punch you if you have not been around, so to speak. You can sort of see where the film is going, but when it delivers its final punch, it's literally sucking the breath out of your lungs.
Wow.
And I will say the only thing I have to compare Odd Thomas to is Cobra Kai season 4. But like PJ's pointed out, he wasn't too much of a fan of Karate Kid. But the fact that he does that delivery of honoring old material is just such an impactful film.
Right, I've zoomed that in, right? This is Robbie the Robot's IMDb page.
Oh, Forbidden
Okay.
Planet. That's how you begin.
Yeah, first appeared in Forbidden Planet. He's been in quite a few bits and pieces. Twilight Zone, Addams Family,
Lost in
Space.
So did they change him then? Did they like use the base of him and then change him around a little bit? Because he's got a totally different. He's got legs in Forbidden Planet, but in Lost in Space, he's got just like
the square sort
of solid square bit on the bottom.
Yeah, but look, he was in 3 episodes. According
that's what Disaster was saying. Yeah, they sort of had a.
Because he was the Robotoid and the robot, so he played 2 different characters.
Okay.
Then he was into the Banana Splits, like Columbo, Space
Banana
Academy,
Splits,
Wonder Woman, Mork and Mindy.
Oh, the Love Boat.
What has the Gremlins?
He was in Gremlins.
Was he really?
Girls Are Easy. I remember that one. I remember he was in that one.
Earth Girls Are Easy. I have to admit that, yes, I am a boy. Earth Girls Are Easy.
He was in the Phantom Menace and the Big Bang Theory. There's a surprise. I remember him in that one.
Earth Girls Are Easy. Isn't Jeff Goldblum in that?
Yes, he is.
Yes, yeah. I remember that.
That's when he goes from a hero to a zero. Yeah, but it just goes to show. So he was in it, but I thought it was the same Robbie. So obviously they changed them significantly. And then it would have basically brought him back in. So there you go.
Interesting.
Yeah, again, I was wrong again. No, I'm right, but I'm wrong again. Yeah. Yes, I know that was based on Shakespeare's Tempest.
That's cool.
I'd heard that. I wasn't aware of it at the time, but I did hear about it. And Jim, you know where to wear shorts that have got a Star Trek logo on them? So I'm just catching up so we can
You're
actually...
doing really well now. Yeah, you're catching up.
Clearly,
Yeah,
I
we have
need
11
to
films today.
make sure
I've got a load of movies and TV shows. So what's your watch list for this week, guys?
We're gonna finish watching. Well, we've got the second half of City of Death, and then we're just gonna keep working our way through the Tom episodes from that last box set that came out. Watch list film wise, nothing set in stone really. So it'll just be like, what we're in the mood for. What about you? What about you guys?
Well, I've got a couple of things on. I've got bits and pieces of Time Team I'm still working through, but I've got Crusade. I'm starting with Crusade rather than Babylon 5, so I'm going to watch that this week. And I've got a couple of the Superman movies I want to watch as well. So
Cool.
basically the newer stuff, but I want to get my Christmas present open and get it, start watching. So it's
Yes.
Crusade I'm going to watch first.
no
looking for
numbers
this.
mentioned.
The Man and His Boy, go back to Boy and His Robot. Where is Boy and His Robot? I can't actually see it. I'm actually still on that page. Can we see Boy and His Robot? I can't see it.
Jeff Goldblum, I first saw him in Buckaroo Banzai and been, Cam, yeah. I'm a Blue Blazer regular, man.
I've got
I
Buckaroo
remember
Banzai.
seeing that
I've not
film
watched it.
when it
I've
came
not
out.
watched,
Yeah.
I've not watched Buckaroo Banzai. I've got it, but I've not watched it.
Oh, man.
Right. I'm just looking for the boy. Go back to A Boy and His Robot, and I can't see that. Why can't I see that on the list? Sorry, Colin, I can't actually find that. What year was it? I must have missed it. Rush Hour. That was another good movie. Jackie Chan. Can't go wrong with Jackie Chan.
The Rush Hour is hilarious. It
Yeah.
is. Ian's right. It's just such a funny film.
Yeah.
Really well
See,
done.
anything with Jackie Chan does me. I've got a big Jackie Chan collection, so I have. I've got a big Jackie Chan collection. I've been watching Jackie Chan since the Incredibly Clean film show.
Jackie Chan, for me, is the film The Foreigner against Timothy Dalton. Oh, wait, it might not be Timothy Dalton. It might be... No, it's one of the Bond guys. Irish Bond guys.
What was
Timothy
that?
Dalton, or is it... Pierce Brosnan. Either way, he's basically a Chinese cook in London with the daughter. Bad bombing stuff happens.
Okay, you're talking about Pierce Brosnan. It's Jackie Chan as the. It's not called The Visitor. It's not called The Tourist.
The Foreigner is the film.
The Foreigner.
Right?
The Foreigner. Yeah. That is superb. I've watched that about 6 times. I love that one.
It's fantastic, and it's so scary that you expect Jackie Chan to be this comedic slapstick humor.
No. He plays it very straight.
Smack in face, and suddenly he's like, "You don't want to make an enemy of this guy. You really don't want to make him not your friend." And Jackie Chan portrays it so well. It's literally like, I wanted to see like folding ladders flying and like paint cans and whatnot. And it's like, nope. This guy is full on 100% terrorist. He didn't want to. He was forced to.
But see, I loved The Foreigner. I thought it was one of the better movies. It's been around for a wee while, and I think it's because Jackie Chan played against type. Because, as you said, a lot of people would expect him to play the slapstick, which he's famous for.
Yep.
He just played this "Who Killed My Daughter? Who Killed My Daughter?" and just basically it was a very focused man.
Yep.
And I must admit, I loved it.
And the fact that you go from someone you expect, oh, he's going to be funny and laughter, say Lauren Hardy, Charlie Chaplin,
Uh-huh.
funny, light-hearted guy.
Well,
No,
basically,
he's
that's
suddenly
Harold
going from
Lloyd
that.
was a lot of the stuff. He did Harold Lloyd's Falling from the Clock Tower.
No, he did.
He did The Boy and His Dog with Don Johnston as a post-apocalyptic movie, and the dog could talk to him. I remember that one.
But
That was
again, we remember them with laughter, but here you have someone we remember with laughter suddenly coming in. Who killed my daughter? And just going down a path. I want to know the answer. I'm not going to stop until someone gives me an answer. And the fact is, I love the dark history as well as they built into it. It's like, wow. Jackie Chan, it's literally gone from what Schwarzenegger and Stallone did in the early 80s when they were like, I'm big, muscly, I can shoot them, babab, nuke everything, to comedic slapstick and stuff like that. He's gone slapstick and comedic, and suddenly, absolute deep dive, dark. I don't want this, but someone killed my daughter. I want to know who.
Yep. I would definitely recommend anybody who wants to watch a good martial arts political thriller. Not funny in Jackie Chan's normal way. Pierce Brosnan plays it very well as the IRA politician. I think is a very good recommendation, definitely. So we'll finish the last couple of chats, then we will wind down. John Collins last night on the BBC.
Oh, my
Unfortunately,
voice is
no.
going.
I can't remember any John. I don't watch the TV. I watch everything on DVD or whatever.
Did anyone see the documentary on Joan Collins? No. No, brilliant actress though.
Yes.
She was
Joan
in City on
Collins
the
is
Edge of
superb.
Forever, wasn't she?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I love Jackie.
Yeah. It's almost as good as the Jet Li one, the Unleashed, where he plays Danny the dog. Filmed in
I've seen
Glasgow.
that.
Filmed in Glasgow.
Mm.
So it is with Morgan Freeman and Bob Hoskins. Fantastic movie. The fight sequence where the two of them are fighting in that woman's bathroom where she's having a shower, and then they go and the two of them are trying to beat the crap out of each other in that small room. It just goes to show the skill of these guys. No wonder they took so long to get Jackie Chan and Jet Li together in a movie, which was really, really good. Where the two of them are the teachers, so the two of them they did have a fight sequence where the two of them were fighting each other, but in effect they played it. The two of them were on the good side. It was the one. What was it called? It was the one about the journey, about the guy who gets sent back in time, and he had the staff, and it was all about the staff, and he was the chosen one. I can't even remember the one. So it was an American boy who got sent back in time, and Jackie Chan and Jet Li end up training him and helping him out. Really good. One was a god, and one was a part of a god.
That's the first one together, isn't it? It's something like the one. or something, because it was
No, the one
Chinese
was Jet Li.
title.
Jet Li played multiple parts, the good and the bad. The one was all about the one, and it was Jet Li in that one.
Oh, because I recall it, but I know they've actually done 3
Right, come
or
on,
maybe
guys,
even
you know
4
what it is.
films, and the one that stood out for me, it's Jackie Chan is a Chinese army leader, and Jet Li is also a Chinese army leader or like a rebel gang or something. And together they fight, but they do find out they have to actually work together in the end. But there's lots of amazing fight scenes.
No, but the one I'm thinking is it's not that old.
No, the Jet Li and Jackie Chan is literally within the last 10 years. And they've
Yeah.
done 4 films, I believe, together.
Right, I'm just trying to think. Let's see. I don't want to see the ones he's produced. He was an actor in. The
I will concede Kel Lynch because she just put the comment in the chat. So I will say this just because before I go on mute. I will concede you may be a couple of months older than I am because you know that Joan Collins was in Dynasty. But
yeah,
I do
unfortunately,
recall the theme
I
tune.
knew John Collins from initially Dynasty and the old Egyptian movie where she played Cleopatra because my mum used to watch all that.
Exactly, but I do recall the theme tune to Dynasty.
Right. I'm trying to. Legend. It wasn't the Legend of the Silk Road. What was it? It was a Legend one. Because I think the second movie didn't have Jet Li, but it had Arnold Schwarzenegger in it. So I'm trying to remember. It's not the Shadow King, the man, the Iron Mask. I just can't remember of. I'll need to think about that for next week. I've got it somewhere, so I will call it the Forbidden Kingdom. Thank you very much, Ian. The Forbidden Kingdom. That is the one. It basically, as soon as you said it, I thought, because there was a couple of movies, but Forbidden Kingdom is the first one, and it was about the boy who gets his staff and goes back because it's Jackie Chan as the shop owner, and he goes back, and it's Jackie Chan helping him out again. See, my mum watched Dallas and Dynasty.
We
My dad
watched
did.
both. Yeah,
Aye.
we watched both of those.
Yeah, I knew she was in The Stud and the Bitch, but I'd originally seen her as Cleopatra, in Antony and Cleopatra, I think the movie was. She was just iconic because my mum used to love the Richard Burton movies, Joan Collins movie. She used to watch all them, so I used to sit and watch them. That's where I get. My mum and dad used to sit and watch all classic stuff, so hence the reason why I get into them. Yeah. She was in Classic Trek. Yep, that's it. The City at the Edge of Forever. A magic relic. Once there, he teams up with a few warriors, including a jaded Monkey King, of whom a relic belongs. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I watched that, and then they did a second one, I think, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it, and he was sort of taking the Mickey out of the. They reckon he takes the Mickey out of the one he did from with Brendan Fraser, the Mummy ones. Because Brendan Fraser, he breaks up and there's the sword, and there's a part in the second movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger's fighting Jackie Chan, and it's a case of, no, that sword, that's the Prince of so and so, and it's meant to be the
Oh,
Prince.
that's around the globe in 40 days.
No,
80 days.
it's not around the world in 80 days. Oh, yeah, it was actually. It was the one with
I love the
Jackie
British
Chan
actors whose name
and
I can never forget. The guy that literally got kicked
Steve
out of the
Coogan.
kitchen.
Steve Coogan and
Yes,
Jackie
that's
Chan
him.
is Passepartout. And basically, I preferred that. I liked it. I liked the original. The original was superb, but as a comic take on it, it worked
Yes.
because they didn't do the full thing. They just take
He-
bits
he-
of it,
he
and they made a
had
joke. They made it a
of
fun, entertaining movie, unlike the piss they've put out just now, where is I'm a white man, so I'm bad, and I'm just showing you how bad I am.
Yeah.
No. The Coogan, Jackie Chan, Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, that was it. Sorry, you were right. You were 100% right. I was thinking it was another one that he did with Thingy, but yeah, it was the one. So because there's the fight sequence in this movie with Jackie Chan and Arnold Schwarzenegger, there's a bit where he goes to take all the swords and he goes, that's it. And he mentions this sword, which is from a Sultan, and people are saying that's a callback to the bit where they had the fight the last time, and that's what it was. So you're right.
That was
Trippy
good.
Taka. Everyone
Cleansing
knew that Trippy
palate
Taka was
kind of
played by a
humor.
woman and no one cared. You're right. Monkey. Born on a hill on a mountain top, the funkiest monkey ever rocked. He knew every magic from under the sun. He's the god of everyone who had some fun. You know that I always watched Monkey. Monkey was my favourite growing up. And I loved it. And yeah, we all knew Trippy Taka was a woman playing a priest. Did we care? Did we hell? Pigsy and Sandy and Monkey were just super to get his cloud and everything. I remember it all. I've watched it multiple times. I even watched the remake, which was actually okay. It basically was a homage to it. They changed bits and pieces here and there, but they didn't actually go down and say this doesn't work. This doesn't. They basically was a homage. It was just made in a similar vein, and it was a similar characters, but they didn't change it up to the point where it was unrecognizable. And sorry, I had to sing that monkey thing. So it always gets me when somebody mentions monkey. So in my head, it's doing that. So I thought I might as well get it out there. So yes, I had to hear it. Anyway, what we'll do, that'll be the last one. Who played it? I didn't know that. There you go. I didn't know that. That's a shame. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the lads and lassies, whatever
Ladies and
you want to call
germs.
yourself, ladles and jelly spoons. Thank you very much for joining us for yet another fantastic Let's Talk Geeky.
Woohoo!
First of the 2016.
And a happy
Oh,
new
and that
year
bloody
to everybody.
2016 Ghostbusters, it's stuck in there. First of 2022. I'm going nuts.
God, we've done 4.5
Yes.
hours.
So
Woo.
tomorrow we have got Wheel of Time episode 5. Please come and watch me go crazy. On Wednesday we have got right, Jim. I'm actually going to actually make the decision based on what's there, what movie we're going to actually watch. I shall say it right now. The first movie I see not on my list. So I'm going to it's Jim's idea, so it was thingy. Films. Best of the best. Never heard of it. James Earl Jones. Have you got that one, Gwen?
Which one?
If not, best of the best.
This will be difficult to get hold of.
Well,
because this is
let's go
very
with
old.
let's go with the second or third because I think we've all got it. We've all seen it. Either the Shawshank Redemption or Forrest Gump.
I'm not. I don't think I could handle seeing Shawshank again because it affects me so much. It affected me the first time I saw it. I love the film so much, but I'm like, I'm just going to be like in bits.
Yep. Okay, well,
But
In absolute bits.
Tim Robbins does
Johnny
such an
Mnemonic.
amazing role in
I
that.
know.
Who's got
I
Johnny
know.
Mnemonic? Who's got Johnny Mnemonic?
I think that's on Prime, isn't it?
It's on Prime.
I'm halfway through watching it.
What do you think?
I quite enjoy it. So Johnny Mnemonic for Wednesday. Let's the Wednesday movie night. Johnny Mnemonic.
Johnny
Join us again
Mnemonic.
for that.
Let's
Okay,
go
guys.
for that.
Sounds good to me. I've never seen it, so
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. It was a nice recommendation. I just flicked through. There's so many TV shows and things I want to actually see. I've got that. I've got that. I've watched that. I've got that. I want to watch that again. I want to watch that. That looks good. I want to. And that's not even on my list. So,
Oh, thanks so
ladies
much,
and
everybody, for
gentlemen,
joining us.
yeah, thank you for joining us. And remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. From myself and my lovely guests and Jim.
I salute you.
I salute you too. And good night, ladies and gentlemen.